Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Streams, and it is a Wednesday, so I've been running around like a headless chicken and now I'm ready to play some Foundry. Yes, this should be good fun. So hello everyone, hello Sophia and welcome, and thank you for the 15 stream streak. That's very streaky. Well done, thank you. And also thank you to Whale Me who for the follow. It was 13 hours ago though, so there's a reasonable chance you're not actually here right now, but I'm going to say thank you anyway. Oh, and to Orc Shaman Gamer Dad, who's I raided yesterday and has followed me back as well. Audio video sync. Oh yes, they're very out of sync, aren't they? There is a way to fix that, and I'm trying to remember what it was because we've had this problem before. And I think I just changed the resolution on the camera, and that makes me disappear way off to the side. Perfect. Okay, well maybe if I put it back again, then it'll start working. Oh dear. Which side is it? Hello. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay, is that more? Yes, that seems to be in sync again. Right. Okay, so I've that is how you fix it. You fiddle with the resolutions until things start to behave. Okay, so last time, yes, there was some exciting stuff happened. Let's look on the map view because it's got my factory's got big enough that I can't just sort of point at things quite so easily anymore. Yes, so the first thing was that way over here I put in some geothermal power system. So we've got some corks on these vents over here, and that's collecting the heat that comes out and feeding it coal juice, which is made over here in a coal juicer with a load of water, combining it with water, and then pipe sent along this long purple pipe. This is way underground, so it's sent from the bottom of this lift here all the way over to here, where it's then being pumped into the vent, coming out as steam, which we're then turning into electricity. And so that's meant I've now got decent amounts of electricity available, which has meant I've been able to turn on my massive great transmitter, which means I'm now able to communicate with my space station from anywhere I like. So I can now do this and go, "Hello, space station," and just poke at it and investigate it and stuff like that. So I don't need to go to the depot thing anymore. That thing down there, the uplink station. So that's good. We like that. The other big thing I did was connecting up this copper. This coal patch. Yes, this coal patch over here is now connected to this blue thing, which is in fact a sort of a little airport thing. So we've got a little hot flying craft that comes over to here, loads up with coal, then flies over to here and unloads the coal because we ran out of coal right at fairly close to the end of the stream. And so that again then lands there, which is a massive building. It's honestly ridiculous. And so it flies over the hills from over there, drops off there, and then unloads a load of coal. And if we drop down here, I can then investigate this thing, and we can see that there is about 2,000 coal left in this container, and I can have a look in it and go, okay, well it's fairly full actually, so it's more than half full, so it seems to be doing reasonably well. Interestingly, it looks as if it fills up it fills up presumably from the beginning and out this way, and then it empties from the beginning, which is kind of silly, but never mind. So we should hopefully be getting another plane load of coal coming over at some point reasonably soon from way over there in the distance, and that'll keep this topped up and allow us to continue pulling through massive amounts of coal and keeping this area fueled. And by this area I mean basically the entire factory, because there is a load of coal going off from here. Some of it's going that way to be made into steel. Some of it's going this way to also be made into steel, down all the way along here. And also, this is being made into... I can't even remember. I think so it's going down in an elevator underground there to be made into steel. And then some of it is coming along here and popping up over here, where we're making it into coal pancakes, which are then being made into acid, I think, in there, in order to make batteries. And that is a thing that we don't have, and that's a thing we don't have enough of at the moment. You can see we're producing these little streams of batteries that are going through, and there's quite a lot of them going down there for making into robots, which is good, but there's not enough coming along here to be made into science packs. And then there was something else on the end here that I actually needed. It was a tier 2 of something. What are you making? Lava smelter 2s, right? Okay, so that needs batteries to be brought through to it, and at the moment I'm kind of having to hand feed them. It also needs lava smelter 1s to be brought to it, and the lava smelter 1s need thermalite ingots to be fed to them. So it's a whole very, very manual process at the moment, unfortunately, because we don't have thermalite ingots really anywhere on the system. They're just being brought up. They're being brought down from space and then shipped down to be squashed into thermalite plates. So that's going on over here. You can see the ingots going in on this belt, and then the plates coming out here, here, and here. And that is working nicely, as you can see by the way that they're not going in solidly, and the way that these are also moving in jerks. We've got enough thermalite at the moment, so that's good. But it does mean that if I want to make any more lava smelters, I have to take some thermalite over there by hand, and then let it be brought over to be made into that. So, one of the... Yeah, alt mode would be very, very useful. You're quite right, because from up here, I mean, I know this is my mall area, but I've no idea where anything in specific is being made. So yes, I absolutely agree. That'd be very handy. Yes, the ship has arrived with some more coal. It is, as you say, it is very much functionally. It's like a Factorio train, except you don't get to place rails for them. So in a way, it's more like the shuttlecraft in Dyson Sphere program, which were also functionally equivalent to trains in that they were for bulk transport from A to B, but without needing to set up any rails and stuff like that, which is, to be honest, less fun, but never mind. It does seems to work. I don't know yet whether how clever the system is going to be. So there's a configurometron somewhere. I think it might be at the other end, where you can tell the ship what route to take, or you tell it where to take supplies to. But I'm not sure whether you can. I'm not sure whether you can do many to many, or whether you can do one to many, or whether many to one, or any of those sort of questions. I just don't know at this point. I'll need to go and find another coal mine. Like, potentially... No. There isn't a lot of coal. That is probably going to be a problem at some point, because we're getting through quite a lot of it. Oh, there's one down here. And there's another one. And okay, actually there's another one there and another one there. So there are a number of coal mines in the area that I've radar scanned so far, but there's not an enormous amount of it. It is. I feel it might be the most sparse resource. Also, I don't entirely understand why my scanometron has... Oh, it's still scanning, that's why. Okay, cool. That's good to know. So, I may at some point have to head out and pop these two coal patches, or this wall, or whatever, some more of the coal patches, put some more flying machines in, and then, I don't know, it'll either be satisfactory style, which is not satisfactory, where you have to have multiple drop-off stations in the same sort of area, because they're all one-to-one, or it might be more like Factorio, where the ships can go from any to any, and we'll find out later. At this point, that is not too much of an issue. At the moment, the issue we're having is those batteries I was pointing at. I think that is probably the most pressing thing that needs a kicking at the moment. Because if we look over here, you can see that we don't actually have enough science packs coming through to keep everything happy. We're trying to do mining efficiency too, which is lovely. Will mean we'll get more resource out of the patches, but if we can't actually do the researches, then that's going to be a problem. So the reason we're having difficulties with the oil processing is because I didn't leave enough space. It's the old planning ahead problem. So I've now put in an extra couple of machines over here that are producing, I can't remember what the specific ingredients are. Let's go and ask them. So what are you doing? You are making olumite gas and some waste gas, but the waste gas we can dispose of. And we have loads and loads of olumite gas, so that's good. And that's filling up this pipe here, and we've got plenty of that because I put in 3 more machine... Wait, hang on a minute. Aren't you guys all supposed to be connected together? So we've got input pipes here. Am I just not... Are these producing olumite? Okay. These are not doing anything. Okay. What about you? You're making liquid polymer. Okay, so that's something completely different, something separate. So that's fine. We don't want to accidentally link that up. But we could set this guy up to also make some more of the olumite gas. Except we seem to have enough of that at the moment. It's flowing along here, and then going into this machine, which is making this green stuff, which I think is the olumic acid. I think there may be some. I think it may be basically sulfuric acid from the Factorio production chains, but Okay, so it is making the alumic acid as fast as it can, and then that's going out into this pipe over here, which does look quite full. Let's bip it with the thing, and we can see that the network is actually full. So we are producing the alumic acid as fast as we need it. So that's good. I'll come back to your question in a moment, Sophia, when I've finished working out what's going on here and where my bottleneck is. So, and then over here, right, these guys they're running, they're making the energy cells. You know what, let's do the easiest of, oh no, I was going to say let's do the really easy upgrades and turn these into tier 2 machines. But I don't think I've actually researched tier 2 machines yet, so let's have a look. What even are you? A fluid assembler 1, okay, put it away. Right, you're a fluid assembler 1. This is really noisy around here. Fluid assembler. Oh, yo, there it is. Fluid assembler 1. No, I have not got a fluid assembler 2. So this is my best bet at the moment. So I guess the answer is, if in doubt, put in more machines. Bim, 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 d. First, dig out the foundation. So we can put some more of that, we can put another one of those, and another one of those like that, and then we can, copy, paste. Then the belt is going all the way along there. This belt needs to also be extended to there, bim, and then what's going on here? So we have a long inserter, we have a long inserter, long inserting, so we can do that, that's easy enough. Then we have a short exerter, short exerting, and if I do a control Q on that one, it's really annoying that control Q uses control, which is fly lower, but never mind, we'll cope, we can cope, it's not that big a deal. Right, so we can output there and there, and then what's going on the other side? Do we have, yes, we have other inputs over here as well, so I need to extend these belts like that, and like that. The game will warn me that I can't load like that, but that's fine. That isn't a problem because I'm not trying to. I may remove that piece of belt just because it's got the warning messages showing there, which is a little bit silly. So I can put in those and then those, and that will load everything in there. And then yeah, let's take out those pieces of belt because I don't want a warning message there really. Then I can put in pieces of pipe there, and then switch over to a T-piece. Actually, no, I'll need to remove that first, and that. Then I can grab the T-piece from there, stick one in there, and one in there. That's quite a complicated build, actually. It's a little bit spaghetti. I mean, I'd say, if I cunningly put my camera there, it's not spaghetti. It's just two building sets. It's just two building constructions quite close together, so that they can share electronic components. However, yes, if I pan out a little bit further, then yeah, as we get into the oil processing over here, it turns a little bit spaghetti. I think I'm also probably going to need another one of these machines once these start using more. Also, I think I kind of need more electronic components coming along here because I think they're not getting through here. Oh, no, take it back. They are. Oh no, they're not. They're being made by that machine as well. So yeah, I might be pulling out more electronic components than I'm actually making. So we're maybe going to struggle there a little bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, this one's having a sad. Why are you sad? No electronic components. Okay. How do I fix that? So what's going on? Oh, okay, this is making green circuits. That's why we have, yeah. So I could put in lots and lots of machines making electronic components along here, and then have them loop around the end, come back up along here, make my electronic circuits along here, and then, make the green circuits along here, and have enough electronic components coming through that'll keep these machines satisfied as well. I think that might be the easiest way to fix this, so I'll do that in a moment. Hello, Mark. Welcome. Yes, well done for being on time on average. Very, very, very good. Right, let's take. Before I start dropping in lots and lots of machines making electronic components, let's quickly touch on Sophia's question about the space selling. it is mostly a resource sink, or in the same way. So in the way that Factorio has, you build science packs, and that is your resource sink. This also has science packs which you build, and they go into your labs over here. So we're making blue and red and green, I think. Yes, green science over here, making yellow science over there because of what it required. It would have been a bit of a pain to bring the resources over to my actual official science area, but never mind. But then yes, you also let's stop flying around. Let's land on this rocky outcropping, because why not? But then you also, yes, you can also then make the robots, which you then ship up to your space station, and they go into storage up here. We have all these types of robots, and yes, then you sell these, and again, it is very much a resource sink. However, in a way, you do also then get the thermalite from doing that, and thermalite is a bit weird because it's basically money that you use to, I don't know really what you use. You use it to allow you to expand more. So, for example, I can go up to the galaxy map, and I could go to a Stranorum, and I could unlock the sector, which and then I could buy the right to sell on to Stranorum if I wanted to, for example, and so on across the entire across the entire galaxy, which is kind of huge. So I don't know if I'll ever get to that point. I don't think I will, but in theory, you can expand at least across a quantity of it, and it costs money. And it costs money to buy connections onto these planets. You can also buy the ability to get various resources. Is that a station? No, is that a galactic market upgrade? Somewhere out there, you can buy the options to buy additional resources and buy them from space, ship them down to the ground, and then use them in your construction if you wish. I've done the opposite so far. So initially, the only things you can buy are construction material and spaceship fuel, and I've actually started making those on the ground and shipping them up because I'm extremely stingy and don't like spending money. Additionally, you can spend the money on paying off your you have this massive debt that you start off with, about 5 million, and I've managed to pay off about half of it so far, as you can see. So that's going quite well, I think, really, given that I'm nowhere near halfway through the game. And you can also see how you're doing against your various competitors. So there's something, and these are all virtual competitors. These aren't sort of real people. So I wonder why sales have gone down. That's weird. So yeah, heavy duty transport bots and light bots dropped off a cliff. Maybe I've run out of resources for making those or something like that. This is the sort of thing I should probably go and look into at some point. But it gives you an idea of what you're producing, how much you're selling, how much. It's fairly arbitrary. However, the point I was going to get to before I managed to distract myself is that the thermalite you get from selling stuff can also be dropped down onto the ground, where it is a resource that goes into making various things. So we've got one of my space stations, one of my spaceports, is bringing down. I think it's that one there. Is bringing down thermalite, so it's doing the opposite of absolutely everything else. It is bringing thermalite down from space, where it is then some of it's being taken off to be used for. I think one of the science packs required it, and then it's also being taken off, fed down a lift over here, and then it's being squashed down in the lava foundries and coming back up as thermalite plates, which go into quite a lot of the more advanced things you make. So you have to make money. You have to squash money to make money with some of the more advanced things, basically. Hello, Inks. Welcome. And so it's not just there as a resource sink. It is also there as an additional. It is also a way of acquiring this additional resource. But functionally, it is mostly there as a resource sink. Yes. I've heard of a few mods for Factorio that do that add in sort of buying and selling of things. And yeah, I feel like it's going to very much be there's no real point in buying stuff unless you want to use it for, I guess, trading for other stuff that you need, because Factorio doesn't exactly have much of an economy by default. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, it's just sort of, I feel like it's a little bit of a economy for the sake of an economy. But I can also see that the point in effectively trading. So you're turning resources that you've made lots and lots of into things you're struggling with. And in Space Age, you often do that between between some of your. Don't make it that deep. Don't make it weird. You sometimes trade quite a lot of stuff between your various planets in your own system. because some places will be better at making plastic, or some places will be better at making blue circuits and so on. So it's often worth shipping a lot of stuff around between your different planets, and that's kind of like trading. There's no, you're not actually saying, okay, well, this planet now owes, you don't tend to say, well, okay, Fulgora now owes Gleber a certain amount of money because we've been shipping loads of resources over there. But there is definitely sort of trade and transfer going on between the planets, which is not the same, but there is an element of similarity. Oh, and hello, Regular, as well. Sorry, I didn't see your message there because I was too busy, I don't know, talking, probably. Or making holes in the ground like this. Okay, some of my holes were a little over-exuberant, but who cares? I'm going to fill it all in with this foundation that I don't actually have any of. Great. I'm glad I unlocked that extra fast, extra speedy. Take the stuff. There we go. The extra speedy jetpack. That's quite nice for just zipping around the factory because it's quite big. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's yeah. I understand the concept there, Mark. And it's the problem is it's sort of, I feel like it might trivialise the game a bit. And I've had a few people comment on some of the Foundry streams saying that they feel that Foundry kind of it's trivialized by being able to buy things. So you have the ability to buy stuff from the space market, as I was saying. Where are you going over? Okay. So yes, you have the ability to buy stuff from the space market, and so because you have that ability, it's there and very tempting to use it. But if you do, there's an element of, well, what's the point? What's the point in making stuff yourself? Why not just why not buy in all of the ingredients? Forget the whole Factorio-esque mining and processing and all of that sort of thing. Why not just bring everything in from space, build robots, and then sell the robots, because you can do it at a profit? And I see the logic behind playing the game like that. I just don't want to. I play these games for the building and the logistics and stuff. I don't just want to bring in all of my resources from space. Now that I'm not saying, I am trivializing it a little bit when I say, oh, you just bringing everything in. I put that belt in the wrong place, but never mind. I can fix that. I forget you can't drag to build like a certain other game. Yeah, so I am over trivializing it a bit. You'd still have to get the resources out of the spaceports and build all of the things you need, and you'd have to buy all of the rights to buy and sell those particular resources, and so on and so on. So it's not completely trivialized, but it would take a lot of what I feel the fun is out of the game. Should I know who Charlie Kirk is? Yoink. Right, where was I? Right, okay, over here. And then a few more of these. Bim. And bam. Oh, for goodness sake. Bomb. No. Yes. Oh, in that case, I don't care. It sounds very, very off-topic, Fixion. Let's try to keep politics out of the streams because politics. Shift F. Oh right. Okay, I was too far away. From there to there and boom. Right. So these, if I'm making the electronic components over here, this needs to be it's 1 to 2, isn't it? So we have one machine making cables, and then 2 machines making components, and then 1 machine making cable. Well, no, then we're going full green circuits. But yes, it's 1 to 2. So over here we set up the first machine. We want you to be making copper cable like that. Then we want the second one to be making electronic components, and then we want this one to also be making electronic components. Then rinse and repeat. There's an inserter in the way. Cable. Components. Components. Cable. Components. Components. Oops. Right. So all of these require an input of copper. So we're gonna that's easy. So we feed that in there, 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 la 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 la, all the way along the row like this. Then the other side is the more complicated one, which I have to try and get right. So we're going to do input, input, gap, input, input, gap, input, input. Then we'll put one in here, but we'll fly down there and we'll boop it into an output, then we'll copy it, and come along here and put one of those in there and there. So these are the ones with the output. There we go. The machine's making the cables, and then the ones with an input will take it in. Lovely. We then need to put in a number 2, but that's going to be an output. Boop. Copy that to there and there. That one doesn't output onto here. This one does. This one does. This one does. Doesn't. Take it away. Phew. And these two do. Right, there we go. So now we should have enough copper cable coming through here. Yes, we do. Enough electronic components coming out here to satisfy everything. So I'm going to need to do a Shift F to go from there to there. Okay, there's a limit on these things. There is indeed a limit on these things. It is to there. So let's take all of that out. And then again from there to there. There we go. Taken that out. Then I can come over to here. Unfortunately, you can't just turn belts round in this game, which is a shame, but never mind. Kind of everything. Then I can put this belt all the way along here like that. Boop. And then I want to unprogram these machines because I will probably have them make green circuits at some point. But for now, they're doing... Yeah, they'll probably make green circuits like these ones at some point. But for now, I'm just going to leave them alone. Right, so there we go. We've now got a nice, healthy stream of electronic components coming in from the machines over here. So we've got a plentiful supply. That is much, much better. So I've gone a little bit overboard. Instead of having 2 machines making them, I've got 6. So I've tripled the amount that's available. However, I'd rather have too much than too little. So now we should see over here. I'm missing some inserters. What? No, I'm not. Yes, no, I'm not. Why are you not taking in? Why are you not taking in electronic components? You've got a long inserter coming out to here. Why are you so? Oh, no foundation. Yeah, of course. Oh, I'm gonna have to make a slightly deeper hole here to go all the way along here. And then don't fall in the hole, and then whoop, boop. There we go. Now it should all work, and we'll pull in a. There we go. Now there's a lot of all of the electronic components are being pulled straight into this machine. It's running. You can see its red bar. Well, I can see its red bar. Hopefully you can on the stream as well. And there we go. Now it's filled up its input buffer. The next one can start filling up. That's running. Okay. So after all of that, I have now, I believe, doubled my battery production. However, I suspect that's going to be at the expense of now running out of using up. Yeah, there we go. Now we're using up too much alumic acid. So it was just hanging on, which means I need another one of these machines, and I straight up don't have room for that. So that is now completely broken. Good. So this is what I was saying about my oil processing area not having enough space available. What's the way to fix it? Now, do I want to think 3-dimensionally? Because I could put another one of these machines basically just on top of this one, essentially like that, although I'd have to put some foundation in first, which is going to look kind of weird. but also would mean I could then just run the input and output pipes vertically straight up to the next one. The difficult bit would be that this also requires the coal pancakes, so I'd have to get those up as well, and running belts vertically is difficult. We do have the elevators, but an elevator for this sort of scale of production seems rather silly. It would also look very strange and a bit sort of breaking the laws of physics to have a machine just floating in the air like that, so I don't really want to do that. Now, I mean, I could put it on legs. I could put legs coming up all the way around it and just say, yes, we've stacked them up. Alternatively, I could build an additional aluminum oil production area over here. So basically start to expand out into this empty space over here, as opposed to this empty space up here, which would feels more sensible, really. These guys are these guys completely separate from what we're doing here? Yeah, they're making plastic, so that's unrelated. So what I'd be doing is, instead of bringing the aluminum gas over to here to be cooked up into acid, I'd be making the acid over here and bringing that over in the pipe. I would need to bring the crushed coal over. That's not too much of a problem. However, actually, it looks like the problem over here might be that we're not crushing the coal fast enough. Now, we have plenty of coal coming in, but potentially these 3 machines here are not crushing it quickly enough to keep up with the demand. So this is another... So I guess what I would probably do is split that belt down there, run a coal belt all the way under here to my new aluminum acid production area, and start working over there. Yeah, I think that's going to be the way to do it. So let's leave this here, leave this running for now, because we can. I was going to say we can run through what's in this pipe until it runs out. It just ran out in front of my very eyes, so that's helpful. But that's created a burst of extra batteries, which is insufficient. So what I'm going to do is build more acid production over there, possibly even on the other side of this water pipe, because there's loads and loads of space out that way. Then, once that's up and running and I've brought the acid over here, or once the acid is ready to be brought over here and I've got the pipe most of the way over, then I can knock out this building, and because we'll have it being supplied from over there. And also then, that means I'm going to be able to add in another 2 of these probably, and that's going to get me a bit more battery production, because I don't think any of the other inputs on this are limiting factors, so that shouldn't be too hard. So yeah, that'll get me another, I can probably squeeze another, I think I can squeeze another 2 machines in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can if I take this plastic somewhere, if I move the plastic across one, which I can fairly easily. Okay, so that's, yeah, so there's room to do that, and that'll help quite a bit with my battery production. Right, so let's get on with it. I need to put in at least 2 of these. Let's put in 4. Why not? Let's not do things by halves. So we'll put one in about here, and these things are. What am I even holding? Oh, chemical processor. Okay. So my chemical processors are how big? It'll tell me if I mouse over them. Chemical processor is 7 by 5. Annoyingly, weirdly, it does I think it's a Minecraft thing that they've copied, which I don't approve of, where you put the vertical coordinate in the middle. So presumably they're considering vertical to be Y and X and Z to be the 2 horizontal directions, which is, in my opinion, stupid. I know that's how Minecraft does it, but I still think it's stupid there as well. Because why, basically? Keep the 2 that are directly associated with each other as adjacent letters. That would make a lot more sense. Yes, you need to be dug up. There we go. Oh, hello, Raid. Hello, hello, Alexander. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Good to have you here. So, have you been playing Foundry as well? I would be mildly surprised if you have, because there don't seem to be an enormous number of people playing it. Or maybe you're just following, or maybe you're already following me because you've seen some of the Factorio streams. Hey, yes. How did your stream go? And other important questions that I shall get onto once you've had a chance to answer the first couple. Exactly, regular. That's the point. Factorio. Yeah. So what sort of Factorio are you Factorioing? Are you on space age? Have you escaped the cruel confines of Norvis and gone off to planets full of rubbish or weird bitey things or weird other bitey things? It's a weird game. Right, so I need 7 by 5, but let's do a little bit bigger than that. Let's do. I was going to build on the other side of this pipe, wasn't I? So let's start from here and go. Okay, so they're 5, and I wanted 4 of them, so that's 20. That's for... Where the hell is that? Oh, I see. That's slightly up in the air because the ground falls away. That's fine. I don't care about that. 4. And they need to be about 8, didn't they? So I need another 4. But let's do another 6. Like that. Or let's actually try and put it in and put the number in where I want it to. Okay, there we go. Space Base. Oh, SEK2. Nice. Yeah, it's been a little while since I played that, but yeah, we had a lot of fun with it, and it took us about 2 years to finish it between the group of us. But we had a good time while we were at it. I have 13 chemical processors. That seems excessive. Actually, you know what? Let's put them in this way round, despite the fact that he goes against everything else saying about how I was putting the foundation down. But I can change that. 1, 2, 3, and then we'll need some more foundation out here because I changed my mind. But that's going to make it a lot easier to feed the belts, the pipes along it. I can't remember how big it is. Let's just go 10 by 10. Boop. And then we'll have another one of them in there. Right. So there we go. There's 4 chemical plants. And they're all going to be complaining about not having power. Fine. We'll sort that out first. Okay, yeah, but yeah, it does feel a little. Well, I feel like I haven't reached the end yet, but I feel like things are getting not quite samey yet, but I can see there being a limited amount of game left, perhaps. Although there's still with some of the complications and challenges just being there not for the sake of it, but to give you more content. Satisfactory was a lot like that before 1.0, and I haven't played it since. Okay, well, catch you next time, and I hope you I'm glad you had a good stream, and hope you stick around, and hope your what's the word I'm looking for, raid party stick around as well. I played. Actually, Angel Bob's was my first series that I played. I started off just making videos about what I'd been up to. Actually, I started making videos of actually playing the game. As I was going, but with a sort of a bit of editing to speed it up to remove the monotony is perhaps too strong a word, but while things were just being sort of idly and slowly built, and make the game a little bit more polished, especially as it was when I was a brand new streamer, so I wasn't as good at talking constantly as I am these days. And then I sort of basically I completely ran out of of motivation to make the videos, so I ended up making a bunch of videos about catching up what I'd done since the previous ones, and I found that was actually a much better way of doing videos for me, at least. So then I carried on doing them like that, and basically haven't looked back. And then partway through the series, someone asked me if I'd considered streaming it, since I was basically playing the whole game anyway. And I thought, well, why not? Yeah. So I started doing that, and it's now about 4 or 5 years later, I think, and I've been streaming ever since. And I'm having a great time with it. Oh, there is apparently concrete coming through here. That's going to be mildly problematic. Okay, we're going to go under the concrete. I don't know how I'm going to get. I'm going to go over the concrete, but the other resource is the belt is going to go under the concrete. Other resource, the coal, in fact, being what I'm trying to say there, is going to go under, and then I suppose it might as well come back up again. Of course, you know what I didn't do? Check where I need the belt to come back up out of the ground. Now it's going to turn into the other type of ground sooner or later. We're going to get into the rocky desert stuff, or alternatively, we're going to find an underwater pipe. What are you doing? I have no recollection of this. Oh, you're a liquid polymer pipe. Of course you are. Why not? I mean, that's not going to get in the way of my belt, so you know what? I'm okay with that. Diggy, 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 diggy. Oh yeah, so I was saying, yes, I played through all of Angel Bob's and took it to what completion by my definition, which basically means I did all of the let's look above ground. I did all of the infinite research. Sorry, I did at least one of every infinite research, and I also played it with space expansion, not space exploration, but space expansion. Which adds a load of extra objectives on to make you prove that you're doing science fast enough. So that was challenging because I think there were researches in there that took literally 1 million science to complete. So yeah, it required you to prove that your factory was capable of producing science very, very quickly. So I played through that, and then eventually finished Angel Bob's. Then I did a space exploration run, and then I did the and played Industrial Revolution at one point, and then got onto the K2SE run, which has been the sort of the big one, the big multiplayer run on the channel for 2 years that it took us to get through it. And then we eventually completed it, and we started. And then I played a bit of Space Age, and now we've moved on to playing Planetary Pioneers, which is a mod pack we've put together, which is basically fundamentally it's all of the Factorio, all of the extra planets for Space Age that looked like they were in a playable condition when we put the list together, and we'll probably add additional ones in as we carry on playing, and more of them show up. All right, so that goes to there. Then we have an up ramp in there. At least you don't get carried away by belts in this game like you do in Factorio. Let's put the belt in there, and then we'll put in the down ramp, which is going to be a down slope like that. Then belts from here. Can we go backwards? Yes, we can. La 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 la. To here. Can I get out? Yes. Can I get out? Please, let me out. Let me out. Ah, damn you, third dimension. You win this time. Nope, I've defeated the third dimension. Right, so there we go. We've now got a sudden load on the coal supply, but that's fine. We'll just ship all that through here. We then need to crush that and feed it into these machines. We should also have power over here by now. So that will mean I can come in here and I can tell these guys that I want them to make alumic acid, which is this one. So it's, yeah. Oh, I need water for this as well. Okay. Well, that's not a problem, because conveniently, I'm pretty sure that pipe is water. So I have that very, very close by. And you have to feed... Helpfully, you have to feed both of them in on the same... Well, of course you have to feed both of them in on the same side of the machine. That's how... the inputs are all on one side of the machine. I was sort of expecting one of them to be on the end, and that'd be a problem given how close I put them all together. But no, that's absolutely fine. So I need the gas to be coming along here now. Are you gas? I can't tell. Let's find out. No, you're crude. You're gas, right? Okay, so we'll take the pipe from here. Oh yeah, there are ways to do pipe shenanigans without without stopping dragging. I should have remembered to look into that, or should have remembered to remember that. He says as if that makes any sense at all. Right. Oh, good. That is lower than the input, so that means I can run the pipe along this level. And we've got the gas here, so that'll need to move to there, and then we'll put in T pieces. Right, and we put a pipe along the side of there, and then we're going to need corners to link everything up, like that and that. And then I'm going to grab a T piece, rotate that the other way. What was it? T? Yes, there we go. To put like that there, and then there, and fall in the hole there. And then I need additional corners like that and that. Not that one. We'll rotate you. That and that, and then we play join the dots. That goes to there. That goes to there. That goes to there. And we remove that pipe I put in by mistake. Grab one of these, and then we rotate it that way, like so. Good. And then we say you're going to be the water input. So we'll put one there, 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 and there. And then in a similar design, I can put these along the top. Boop, 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 and boop. More horizontal pipes. Join these together like that. And that. Oh, can I just do that, can't I? Yeah, that's much easier. At least I could if I would be able to if I wasn't going to run out of pipe pieces. Okay, so I need to go and get some more pipes. But in the, when I come back, yes, I can turn that into a down T, a corner, and then feed into that one. So that's my inputs of fluids thought about. Over here, there's going to be an output of fluid going straight across there, and then into the all the way down here and into the machines over this way. And then I also need to get the crushed coal in. That acid is kind of complicated. Right, gimme. Yoink. And you know what? Let's also just gather off this belt as well because I can. Right. And for what feels like it should be a relatively straightforward resource, it takes a lot of things. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. The laying out the pipes like that. It worked better than I was expecting it to, if I'm being honest. So yes, the plan for today initially is going to be get the enough acids to make enough batteries to get the science coming out quickly enough. Once I've done that, then we'll see what else is lacking. Not basically. I am honestly not sure at this point. But I'm sure there will be plenty to do. Rotate that way, rotate that way. Boop. Right, so there we go. That should now be... for some reason, there's a piece of pipe missing in there. There we go. Boop. There we go. There's water going to all of these machines. So now these should all be... Yep, content on those. Okay, it's filling up with water, but it's got water. So now I need to bring in the crushed coal. We've got coal coming up here. I will run a belt... Honestly, let's put in a red belt for now because I've got a lot more of them. Put a belt along there like this. And, you know what, let's do this properly. Rather than just feeding onto the belt that's doing that's bringing it along for all the machines, because that feels slightly wrong. Let's do this. And then I can extend this by... Crushers are only like two pieces, two wide, aren't they? So actually this isn't exactly the right play. No, it's not. It's one out. That's a shame. Alright, so we're going to need 2 for the crusher, 1 for the inserters, and 1 for the belt. About that much foundation, I think. Then I can put in another ramp up here. And then yellow belt goes... that way and this way. I don't know why this one's a yellow belt when I made the other one a red belt, but it's probably because I suspect maybe I'm going to need this coal somewhere else. Who knows? Right, then look at my backpack, and we should have some crushers in here, I hope. Crushers, conveniently. There we go. And we'll put in... So what did I have over here? I had 3 crushers that were feeding 1 machine, and it was not enough. Now, granted, some of it's going into this one, but not very much looking at that. So if I've got 4 over here, geez, am I going to need about 12 crushers? Let's put in the 8 I've got in my pockets for now, and then see how things go. Or alternatively, I could just build up the 6 that I've got space for, and then we can see how it goes. So you, and you. And over here, we'll put one of them in first, then we'll drop down and we'll tell it to actually, I want you to be an exerter, copy you. 2, 3. And I've run out of inserters. Yeah. What else am I running low on? I'm running low on all the types of inserters. I'm a bit low on splitters, but you don't tend to get through splitters in particularly large numbers. So I'm not too worried about that. But I will come along here and I will get... inserters are over here, aren't they? Yep, inserters. Yoink. So you only get 50 at a time, which isn't very many. I'll get some more crushers because, yes, basically. Tier 3 inserters, sure. I missed the long inserters. What are you on the end there? Spaceship pads, okay, fine. Split one, belt, medium inserters. There we go. Have some of those as well. I've got quite a lot of red belt pieces. I've got... let's get some more belt too. Never have enough belt. I say you can never have enough belt. That's not true because your inventory fills up. True. But I kind of want the belt to do a U-turn because that way all of the machines can feed all of the machines. And if it is 3 of these required to feed each one, satisfy each one of these machines, then they're not really. This line is probably going to be longer. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, these are 7, and three of these is only 6. So actually, it probably would have been okay, but yeah, oh well. And copy that, and fall out of the sky at the same time because over what's named controls. Right, oh yeah, and we need to configure them for some reason. There we go, make that. Then copy. Paste. Right, and then continue the sort of the theme by putting one of them there, one of them there, and there, and there. Okay, so that should now allow these to start making the acid. Let's check the first one over here. Yes, that's working. Awesome. So now I come over here and I need to link up to all of these. So we're going to use pipe T pieces again because that's how you do it. T intersection, yes, that way. Good. And there, and there, and there, and then be straight. There, right, there we go. Pipe. And another one. Whee! To about, yeah, here. And another one. And, well, this is the point where we've got the acid in the pipe now, so this is the point where I can just get rid of this. Boink. 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 So actually we'll... and also get rid of... I don't want to get rid of all of that pipe, just get rid of that bit, and then I can get rid of this one. Because we don't need the gas over here anymore. So get rid of all of this. Like that, so there we go. And... oh! Okay, we don't need this water pipe anymore. That literally doesn't go anywhere. Right. So now actually I probably don't want so much of this. I want to corner this here. So I want to put in a corner like that, and straight across to here. Then a corner like that. And what height are you? You know what? Let's put in a straight across here. Give me a straight pipe. Straight pipe. Right, bring you across to here so we can tell where we're going. Oh, okay. And then just another one of these guys. Here. There we go. I've missed some T-pieces out that I'm going to need for the additional machines I'm going to put in, but that'll come in a moment. For now, let's pull up this piece of belt and then put it back in like this. and we'll let it use up what's on. We'll let it use up what's on this belt before I put too much more effort in. Now I'm going to need to dig out along here again. And remove all of this belt. Yeah, that's all gone. There we go. And now I can fill in along here, like so, and then whack in another couple of these. In fact, you know, a control cube, like that and that. We need to extend this belt, like that. It's getting kind of cramped down here, I will admit. Oh, I didn't drill this out. I forgot the foundation for the inserters again. There we go. Now I can copy that. So we're outputting here, and we're also inputting from there, like that and like that. And on the back side, we're inputting. Geez, there's a lot of stuff going into these. That comes along to here. I'm not going to try and link the two systems together. Oh, we need another belt here as well, like that. Copy that. So we need one of these here and one here and here and here. That all fits very neatly. Then I remove that and that, and I put in my T intersections here and here, and copy that, and it goes there and there. Now let's look back at chat and see if people have been pointing out obvious mistakes I've been making. No, nobody said anything. Okay, that's all right then. Okay, we are pulling out the acid as quickly as it's coming in, so we do seem to not. Oh, there's some. We seem to not be producing it fast enough at the moment, which is a concern. Let's go and find out where the problem lies. Is it the crushed coal? It is the crushed coal. No surprise there then. All right, so I need to extend my crushers from here. So a bit of that. So. Proper copy. That. No, it's in the wrong place. Rage. There. And we copy you. I think. I was just thinking that, Regular. I think the crushed coal belt might actually be full. Yeah, that is a full belt. So I'll upgrade that to yellow, because I can. That's the easy fix. Might find that we're still not able to put it through fast enough. And I need to just link across up here. But that's easily done if we find we need to. So now we're running at this speed. How are the supplies doing? Right, you're empty. You're emptying. So we've got 1, 2, 3 machines worth will fit on the belt. I can want to see when this, but this is still dropping, so it's probably going to be 4 machines. So let's, or you know, I could look at the numbers. Does it give me the numbers? 60 a minute. What's the belt speed? 60 a minute, 320 a minute. So 60, 120, 240, 300. So I've got 5 of these onto one belt. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one then should have a that. One. Run that back up along here. Boop. The other question is the input going to be fast enough, or I'm going to need to bring coal in over here as well? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll remove that. Put it here. It kind of doesn't matter. It could be anywhere except where it was. But there it works. And I can remove that piece of belt. Put it in piece rotated like that. Copy that, and then we can do the last few. 1, 2, 3. And I'm assuming they're going to need inserters on the other side. Yes, they are. Like that. Tumty-tumty-tum. 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 Alright, well we can't... Yeah, even with sudden extra load, that belt is not running solidly. So I think we have enough... Yeah, we have, that seems to be alright. Now, how am I remotely correct? No, this machine's still full. But this one is emptying gradually. It's possible I've got the numbers wrong, but we can revisit it if I have. Hello, Madman. Welcome. We may be going to export some robots. We shall see. So far, I would need to have. I've not really looked at the robots yet. We've not been producing them fast enough. What we are producing now is acid. And how's it doing? It seems to be holding reasonably steady. Yeah, that's actually going up now. So now we are producing enough acid to keep the battery production satisfied. The next question is, are we producing enough batteries to keep the robot and science production satisfied? We're producing enough batteries to keep the robot production satisfied, as you can see by this solid belt here. The batteries are trundling through. Are all of the machines working? No, this one on the end is not smoking. Why are you sad? You've not got an electronic component. What? You're the first one that should get them. Why have we run out of electronic components? Oh, because we've run out of copper. Joy. Oh no. It's not so much we've run out of copper, it's we are using all of the copper. Which is still a problem. Okay. So I'm bringing in what is in fact a solid yellow belt of copper from the copper mine over on the other side of the ridgeline over there, and it's all just vanishing into the gaping hungry maw of the machines along here. Now, a bit of it is getting along to about here, or maybe here. Kind of hard to tell. Yeah, so this machine is running. We've got 4 out of 8 running. That's not very good. I might have been a bit overconfident in my copper supply here. But we do have a quantity of electronic components coming out at least. But then they're all going to get eaten. A lot of them are going to get eaten up by these machines along here that are making the green circuits. Actually, no, they seem to be backing up slightly because there's some on the belt here that are not disappearing. So maybe. Why are you sad? You don't look like you should be sad. We've run out of glass or something. Yeah, we've run out of glass. Okay, because that is insufficient glass. Where does glass come from? Out of a hole in the ground. Good. Maybe I should have been putting signposts up or something. So the glass then comes up this way. And we've got the glass must be coming from here because this is the only mineral rock patch I've got. I think that's the glass production along there. Let's go over there and see if we can speed that up a bit. It is, yeah. All my copper is disappearing into the green circuit factory, so I shouldn't be surprised, and I'm not enormously surprised. I just had to check and find out where it was. Right, I think this is the elevator I need. Take me down to mineral rock, where the rock is sort of a yellowy grey colour, and the girls are pretty much all entirely absent, because I'm on my own on this planet. This side. Bing! Right, so we've got, the rock is coming out of here quite happily. That's working nicely. If we come down here, we'll find that there is... here we go. More drilling happening over here. And then that's coming through here, where it's being pummelized in these crushiometrons into some form of gravel or sand or something. And then that is being cooked down here in order to make glass with an L. And as you can see by the fact that this belt is not always completely full, I seem to have balanced that quite nicely. So I guess the answer is we put in yellow. We turn this into a yellow belt, and we put in another row of this and that on the other side, and call it good. So what are you? You're a smelter small. You're a crusher 1. Okay, well that seems easy enough to do. Yeah, I know, right, Mark? It's just the copper is all just disappearing. I can't imagine why that's all going. Okay, no guard. Well, I'm sorry to hear there has been horrific news. I hope it's the sort that can get better. And well, thank you for joining, and I hope we provide a more pleasant distraction than what might otherwise be there. Okay, let's carry on from here. So that's a 2x2. So we've got 1 for the inserter, 1 for the thingamajigamy, 1 for the inserter, 2 for the machine, and then we're going to need another one for another 2, in fact, for the rest of it. The rest of the gubbins is. And I can't use explosives in here because it will just destroy the everything. And we need the everything. Right, so let's check my maths. Inserter, machine, inserter, belt. Oh, I don't need to take out the belt ones. Those only need to be to this level. But this row I need to dig out all the way along here. So let's do that. Well, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's providing background chatter. Even if at the moment I'm going to be digging a hole for a couple of minutes, so it's going to be a slightly... I went too far, as is traditional. Or maybe I didn't go too far. There's holes everywhere because I dug the previous area out with explosives. So right, inserter, machine, inserter, belt. Dig that out along here. Lovely. And then, right, so this is the one that goes along at this height. This is the one that goes along at this. This is the one that needs to be absolutely... All of this needs to be completely full height. Diggy out, just like this. Because we're going to go from down here. Oh. Right, yeah, so I clearly did a bit of overzealous excavation with the explosives when I built this area. And now I have to pull up quite a lot of the rock I put back in because I didn't want to have a massive hole in the ground that I would inevitably and constantly fall into. Maybe I should have just filled the whole area in with foundation, but I imagine at the time the foundation was kind of expensive, and so I didn't want to. And also, I had an enormous amount of rock from doing this. So that comes all the way back here. Then along here as well. And that's the main part of it opened up, I think. Oh no, there's still more. Right, so I need to dig out this one to a higher level. Or maybe I don't actually. This is only going to be inserters. This one only needs to be to this level. So I could run along here like this. Let's see how this goes. See how much more. We'll dig this out and then see if I can get away with slightly less. And let's get rid of some of the dirt that I'm holding because my inventory's full. There we go. That was not the kind of dirt I was expecting to be getting rid of, but sure, you do you. Then pop, pop. What? I just put down an enormous quantity of dirt. How can I not have any space in my inventory? Sort. There we go. There's some space. I wish it would auto sort. Well, I wish it would auto sort. That'd be kind of handy. Right. So you and then all the way down here like that. Boop. And then so we are producing one red belt here. So actually no, we're not even producing a red belt here. We're producing a fraction of a red belt. No wonder it's all struggling a bit. I've used a yellow belt along the back. Okay, so that's probably necessary then. I'd like to feel I might have got things right. It's a system that's up and running and working, so I'm going to assume that it is correct. No matter how foolish that may seem. Right. So we have the sand, or the gravel rather, is going to go along under here. And we've got inserter, machine, inserter, belt. Yes, this is in the right place. That runs all the way along there. Boom. Why is there a hole in the ground here? Stop that. Then, I think I should probably put in the exert X and the inserters at this point, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to see what I'm doing. Toggle you, copy you, because you're unloading this one, and then we're going to bring it all the way along to this will be the final unloader here, like that. Oh, okay. No, I need to dig out higher along here for this to actually work. That's a shame. And that probably means I'm going to have to dig along higher on the other side of it as well, because inserters are just taller than I expect them to be. That's a shame. I was trying really hard to be lazy. How much of this do you think I've actually removed? Oh, all of it. Nearly all of it. That went better than expected. Right, let's try that again. So, over here. Let's try that again with the correct settings. Setting copy. There we go. Right, so down here, we go to here. This is the final exertion. And then it's just every other one along here. Because it's just quite an easy pattern. So put all of these in like this. There we go. And then we put in crushers, and we'll have them facing this way, so that I can actually see what's going on. There we go. Bomp, 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 bomp. And then we run out of crushers. Lovely. Do I have any smelters? I do. Excellent. So you're going to go in there. Except I want to put in my inserters. Oh, that was my last insert. Like my last smelter. Okay, well, I'm going to need some more of those. This is sort of why I did that. I wanted to find out whether I had enough of them. No, you're going to be an inserter. Get it right, Laurence. Remove that. Right, so then put in the inserters like this, and this, and this, and this, and this. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. And then we'll be doing more exerters. No, we won't. We're doing more inserters. This is going to be the same along here as the other one. And so I can put that there. I said I can put that there, and there, and there. I'm probably going to have to increase the amount that we're mining in order to get this to work. Because that I expect to be the... Oh, and there we go, I've run out of inserters. That's why kind of why I checked that. Right, let's go and get more supplies. So I need crushers, smelters, and inserters. And I might need more mining drills, so I should probably make sure I've got at least some of those. Where's the way out? Oh, it's here. Here's the way out. It's hard to find. Right, back in the elevator. Yeah, sure, take me to catwalk. I think so, because there were definitely when I looked at there were but there would be gaps on the belt. All right, we'll do the maths and see if I actually got it right, because it is quite possible that I didn't. So I need more inserters. Yoink. Don't need more medium inserters at the moment. I've still got quite a lot of those. But let's take some more yellow belt while I'm at it. Belt 2. Yoink. And I will need... Have I got drills? Drills. Yes, got some drills. Light poles, foundations. How much foundation have I got? 80. Let's take some more foundation. Pump, tier 3 insert. Where are my... Crushers. There we go. Crushers. And smelters. I think that's everything I'm using down there. So that should be it. Should be everything I need. Unless I just haven't got enough of one of the things. Right, over here. Back down to the rocks. And let's have a look at the numbers. So, here we go. Gravel. Gravel takes in 2 mineral rocks, and in 12 seconds it produces 6 gravel. and making glass takes in 5 gravel every 5 seconds. So this takes in 1 gravel per second. This makes 1 gravel per second. No, 1 gravel every other second. So I need twice as many. Yeah, so I need twice as many crushers as I have smelters. Let's go and see if I've got the numbers. Let's go and see if I've got that right. I might have done. I might not have done. This is a silly way to get through to here. I don't think there's a better way in though. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. To 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it should be 2 to 1, shouldn't it? Oh yeah, I need to get rid of some money. All right, let's do that while I'm here. Finances, debts, make payment. 500,000. Boop. Thank you. So if I look just over here, actually, all but one of the crushers are running. Oh no, that one's not running. Why is that one not running? Is there something wrong with you? Your output is full. I don't know how can that one have a full output when these ones are running merrily? Have you not gotten? You've got an exerter. Is there something wrong with you? Yes, no foundation. Ah. Right. Not it really matters. Because as we saw, we've got more output. We've got 2 more machines than we actually need. So, yeah, you're quite right. There are more machines than we need. I guess I'll just not put in the last. I could just not put in the last couple, I suppose. Well, since these need to be programmed, let's do that. Configure to make gravel, and then copy, paste, 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 and then copy. Paste, 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 and I technically don't need these 2. So let's have 1 extra, but only 1. Right? Are you running? Yes, you are. I don't think I need to program those. 1, 2, 3, 4. I dread to imagine what the quality of the air is like down here, given that I've had all these smelting machines running here for quite a long time. Yeah, it would be. Yes, I also miss the lack of miss blueprints or a large area copy paste. It would be very, very nice for this, especially for this sort of thing. But it seems to be a sort of a thing that is quite late on the to-do list for a lot of devs. Oh, that's a problem. Given that Satisfactory doesn't have it, Dyson Sphere Program kind of does. I'll give them partial credit for that. Actually, I'm trying to remember. It's been so long since I've played Dyson Sphere Program. I think they certainly had something. I don't remember exactly how good it was, but they definitely had some kind of copy paste or blueprint functionality. So I think they might get nearly full credit. Yes, I'm a robot, so it doesn't matter how bad the air is. You're quite right. That's a good point. I could put it. Oh, the question is how much crushed stone can we? The other part of the question is how much crushed stone can we fit in along here? Yeah, putting in 12 to 6 would be better, but is that going to be too much crushed stone to fit on there? Okay, if satisfactory blueprints have improved, then they may be approaching being satisfactory. I wouldn't like to say. Yeah, I did know that Dyson Sphere program had at least some level of blueprintery in it. I have to admit, I wasn't sure exactly how far they got. I remember it existing, but perhaps being... No, wait, I want that in there. But not being perfect when I played. But still being better than satisfactory, certainly. Now, that is admittedly a somewhat low bar, I will admit. Right, let's have a quick look at the numbers, because if we've got these machines, you've got 12 of these running, so that's 12. That's one a sec. That's only one a second. No, it's not. It's 6 a second. And these belts are 320. Yeah, so a yellow belt wouldn't be able to keep up with 12 machines. Now, what I could do is put in have two crushers and a smelter, two crushers and a smelter all the way along. But I'm absolutely not going to, because that'd be weird with the belts, and it wouldn't work with the layout I've got at the moment. That is now significantly more glass coming out, though. We seem to have a good flow of gravel going through there. The crushers are all crushing. That's lovely. Except over here where these two have stopped, as expected. The cookers are all cooking. You're not cooking. Wait. Oh, you are cooking. We just can't see that you're cooking because there's that right above you. There we go. Now it's cooking. The question is this belt fast enough? And the answer is yes, I think. I saw that stutter a moment. Yes, that's stuttering, so that is fast enough. The other question is, are these drills fast enough? Hard to say at this point, because 2 would definitely not be enough. 3 would definitely not be enough, because this one is emptying. 4, on the other hand, would 4 be enough? I think 4 would not quite be enough, because that is going down. So it is time to put in an additional drill. Bop, 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 dot, bop, 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 bop. There we go. So I want to put in some more foundation along here. We'll put some more belt here, and probably here, even though it's not actually necessary. Another one of them there, and another one of them there, and yes, output please. There we go. That should now be enough, to the point that we should see this drill having, yes, machine inventory full on it, basically all the time. And I want it to say inventory full, because that means we've got enough available, and that's what we want. So this has gone back up again. There we go. It's gone back up to 200. So we are producing enough stone here that this is now working very, very nicely, for the time being at least. Okay, so that is genuinely twice as much glass now flowing through here. It's still less than a red belt going through, and it hasn't started to back up yet. But the fact I've doubled it makes me think we might be all right, and it's worth going back and having a recce at the other side, see what's going on out, see what's going on above ground. I'm also very tempted to start just knocking holes in the ceiling in all of my in all these areas, so that rather than having to run back to the lifts, now that I've got a jetpack, I could just fly up out of all of these, and maybe have some sort of sign on the top of them to make it a bit more obvious what's where, and I could just drop into them a bit more easily. Limitations in the DSP has full blueprints. Okay, I had a feeling that DSP was pretty good, but I say it's been a while since I played it. Satisfactory having limitations early game, and then being able to research your way out of them. That I'm okay with. I feel like having that sort of limitation that effectively functionally goes away is a nice way to do it. Let's upgrade that belt just because I can. Oh, and that splitter. yeah, being able to research your way out of restrictions, I feel, is quite a nice way to do things in these sort of factory games. Right. So the question is now: is this going to be enough glass? And we don't really know yet, because I think the increased amount is only going to start happening about here. We've only just got to that point. So, and actually most of these buildings are working, so I think that's going to be all right. We are now going, well, we're going to have satisfied all of these buildings. Have we started satisfying these? Well, looking along here, they're all running up to here. What are you? You are, yeah, you're still short of batteries. Okay, so we still haven't got enough. Okay, Peter. Well, thank you for joining. I hope you've enjoyed watching me playing around in my holes. That sounds wrong. My hope is that we'll eventually get enough batteries coming through that they'll be able to get to this machine as well. And in fact, a few have, but that's probably because we had enough science packs. The most important thing, I guess, is that we have enough science, and we do, in fact. So, yeah, this is looking pretty good. This might be because we're not doing any research at the moment, so let's see what we can do. Should we pick up... Let's pick off some of these trivial ones. Because double-clicking doesn't start them. That's a shame. Just because I'll get them out of the list so I can see a bit more easily what's going on. Science Assistant Drone Assembly. Is that just a sellable one? I think it's just a sellable thing. An Assembler 3 is research useful. Well, it won't be for long. Bing. Alright, let's stick Assembler 3s in there as well. Large batteries, cargo shuttles, liquids. Okay, I haven't had a need to transport fluids around yet, but you never know. Maybe that's going to be a way of getting the coal juice around, or maybe supplying water to places where we're in. But anyway, the other ways. Character crafting speed, don't care. Cleaning water assembly, don't really care. Conveyor belt assembly, don't really care. Actually, let's take the science bot out of there for now, until we're ready to start thinking about more bots. Have we got belt 3s? Because there's conveyor belt 3, balancer 3. Sorry, we have. So that seems like a good thing to look into. Escalators, heavy explosive, ignium fuel rod, logistic container 3. And that could be quite useful for the shipping systems. Ooh, mining laser. I do kind of want that. Let's have that straight away, and then go back and queue all these things again. In fact, let's put in the useful things first, like that, and then we'll have these. Just churn through a little bit of. There we go. Right, so the mining laser sounds like it could be quite useful. A lot of this whole digging shenaniganery I've been doing will hopefully be a bit easier with the mining laser. We shall see. In the meantime... Oh yes, belts. Right, so... It'd be nice... I think I'm going to want to be able to upgrade to belt 3 at some point in the not-too-distant future. And that requires belt 2 and advanced machinery parts and green circuits. Jeez, okay. So I've got green circuits here, and advanced assembly parts over here. So I could make belt 3s in the machines along here. These ones. We'll do another one on the chain, obviously. Or maybe one of these if they're not all programmed. They're not all programmed. I could use one of these to make belt 3s, but I would have to find a way to feed in the belt 2s. I guess the way to do that is going to be to knock out one of the machines like this. What else is required for belt machine? Okay, so that takes in slope 2 and the other things to make slope 3. That's a shame. It's a shame it's not made from belt 3s like slope 1 is. Slope red, that one. And splitter 3. Well, we haven't researched it yet, so we don't know. Okay. Let's take this out. I said let's take this out. Let's junk some trash. Trash. The devs have said that in the next update they're going to be massively increasing the stack size for the various types of soil and rock. So it'll be a much less ridiculous having so much different stone to manage. All of that. I don't want some random piece of steel. Certainly don't want some random mineral rocks. There's no point in having that, even if it's useful elsewhere. There are machines that this stuff can go into, but in the absence of in the absence of the even distribution mod from Factorio, I'm not going to go around putting it into the right machines. It's just, life is too short. Right. So, oh, and some glass as well. Let's get rid of that. I'll keep it. I'm going to keep 400 dirt though, because sometimes it's useful to have some dirt. Right. Where was I? Yes, I was going to pull that up. Bing. Because then I can tell this one to do belt 3. Belt 3. Tell this one to do belt slope 3. And hopefully I can spaghetti up some kind of way of getting all the resources in where they're needed. Yeah, so if I put in a down ramp here, can I put in another down ramp here? Or let it collide? It collides with that. Damn it. Okay, and that actually no, that's fine because I actually want the down ramp here, which means I can put in another one here, and it's not going to collide. And then over here, I can do the same sort of thing. Here and yet here, and then the belts come in like this, and that can supply the ramps and the belts. It doesn't actually matter which way round I do these, because they're both accessible from both machines. I just need to make sure I feed it into the correct machine. We're then going to need another ramp to get up to. Actually, we're probably going to need 2 more. So let's flip this round. Let's put that there and there. And then red belt through there like that. Then I have to do some ridiculous contraption like this. Oh, in fact, I'm not going to be able to, am I? Because my belts... I need to get the belt to... Oh, yes, maybe I can. The belt 2s can come out here and then go upwards here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, they can. But then I need belt ramp 2s. They can come out over here and go up 1 and then come out this... Yeah, okay, it is... It's going to be some spaghetti, but I know that's what you're all here for, so we won't worry about it too much. Is it worth a more redesign for telescopic recipes? Perhaps. The problem is they all have many different inputs. So belt 1 requires. Let's have a look. Belt 1 requires iron and machinery parts. Belt 2 requires belt 1, machinery parts and electronic components. Okay, those 2 aren't too bad. Then belt 3 requires that and advanced machinery parts and circuit boards. Now, maybe... Could I have belt 1s being made here, belt 2 being made here, and belt 3 being made here, so they can almost do direct insertion through that way? I am not quite sure. Might need to do some shenaniganery with some of the other supply belts, but it might be possible. So we've got the iron, and then we've got the machinery parts for belt 1s on this row. Then we've got machinery parts and belt 1 and electronic components, was it? I've forgotten already. Yeah. So that could be here, and it'll grab from those 2. That would be fine. And then number 3 requires the advanced machinery parts and circuit boards. So that would then be in the 3rd row, which has advanced machinery parts and circuit boards. So yes, I could probably do. Let's try this and see how horribly spaghettificated it gets. Because it might be awful, but it might work, and if it works, it'd be kind of cool. So then the next question is, what about the intermediates? So we've got conveyor slope 1 requires conveyor 1 and machinery parts. So that can be done with a sort of a bypass thing, as we've done already. 2 requires 1 machine part. So that'd be then on the next row. So that's sort of fine. And that's okay. I would like to know what goes into a conveyor balance of 3. Oh, and I can find out. Yeah, it's the same pattern. So this actually seems feasible. So let's have a go at it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then this is just going to have to go all the way over to the complete other side of the mall area. And I might be able to continue this pattern with, for example, the what do you call it? With the assembly machine 1s, 2s, and 3s as well. There might be sufficient similarities or pass-through ability. Apparently, I found my coal belt. This is the danger of building in this sort of area. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And all the way over here. So the tricky part is going to be getting the belts across from here over. He's going to be getting stuff out of the first tier machines into the second tier machines, because this game doesn't support direct insertion of in any way, shape, or form. I can't. There may or may not be a nice way to do it. So I'm sort of procrastinating a little bit by digging a hole, and we'll see how we get on in once I've dug a hole. So speaking of digging a hole, I read the Friday Foundry facts post earlier last week, and they've been saying they are going to be introducing some new ways of digging in the next update. So that is something I'm looking forward to. You're going to be able, in much the same way that you can mark a large area of a factory for deconstruction using the Shift F thing, where you do the drag out your big red deconstruction Dubramatron in 3 dimensions. There's going to be a similar thing you can do with digging, to say I don't want any of this dirt to be there, and then you're either going to be able to have your own little bots that will fly out and dig up anything you've got that offends you, or you'll be able to send out your construction ships, the ones that build your massive buildings, and they will do the same sort of thing. They will come over and they will dig up all of that resource, all of the rock that's in the way from what you want. So that's nice. Okay, so we've got belt 1, and then I've run out of assemblers. Actually, it's probably because I'm using assembler 2s everywhere now. Give me that. Right, so we've got belt 1. Then in line with this, got belt 2. And then in line with this, we've got belt 3. So the challenge is going to be getting... I need to take both of these into this machine to make the belt 1. No, don't. I need to take these into this machine to make belt 1, but I also need to take both of these into this machine in order to make belt 2, and I need to take the things from here into this machine in order to pass them through. So, I'm not convinced that's possible unless I unload from the side here. Oh, but I'm going to need to unload from the side here anyway, because I'm going to want to build I'm going to want to build ramp 2 over here as well, and splitter 2. I didn't dig out far enough. Oh well, we'll have a mining laser in 43%, so we'll use that. So yeah, we'll feed the belt 1s out here, where they can then be taken into here and also passed across here, possibly at a higher level, and then they can be fed into here to make the belt mumble plus 1s. Could then consider shipping them out from here, because I'm going to need to pass them. I'm going to need to pass the ramps across as well. So I guess that's going to have to happen on this side. We'll bring them over here and put them in the next machine. So this is going to be a little bit fiddly. Yeah, I think I'm trying to be sort of tidy now. All the basic construction is happening above ground. So we've got my science production over there, we've got my mall here, we've got robot production over there, oil wasp naming over there. Also, that's all above ground. My smelting systems seem to have ended up underground because I ran out of room, but mostly underground is for long range transport, or for getting past things. These belts, actually, in hindsight, why am I taking these up rather than down? If I go up, I have to go all the way across the top of the machine. If I go down, they only have to go possibly under the foundation, possibly not even that. Yeah, okay. Let's think about that in the future. But but also it's kind of easier to go up, which is probably why Radagast has been going up. It reminds me of your standard dystopian future city like Coruscant or the one in there's some Asimov book I was reading fairly recently where you have some sort of dystopian nightmare hellscape on the ground level, and then the sort of the posh area built above it. Oh, or Bioshock Infinite. That was another place where they did that sort of theme as well. So it's a fairly common thing, a fairly common theme, but it is definitely one that crops up from time to time. Right, there we go. 1 second. Let's put my dirt. Oh, that wasn't quite what I meant to do, but sure. I don't know why I'm filling that in. I'm going to get rid of it sooner or later. Exactly, yes. The glistening city up on top of the slums. As you say. Oh, and belts over here as well. Right, so you... bop. And... bop. So, you there. You are going to make belt 1, which is iron and machinery parts, which is... that... and that. You are then going to bring them out like that, where they're going to be put into there. Boop. And then this one I am going to go up because we only have to go over these belts. So it goes like that. Belt like that. Also, belt like that. There we go, there are the belts. Lovely. So I can put that in there and insert them like that. You needed that and that. And you also need to be told what to do. I would like you to make me belt 2s. Alright, that's going in there. Lovely. Have you got everything you need? Yes, you have. I then need to bring these out, and that's going to cause a collision. Oh, no, not necessarily, because I'm going to need to do the same sort of pattern again. But, if I use... oh, I'm not going to have room. Actually, I kind of am, but it's going to block whatever the next belt is coming along here. So if I put that there... then I can have one of those there, because I can't put this in the first slot because we just end up with belt 1s going all the way across. Right, you also need... you don't need anything else. Right, so the belt 2s are just going to come merrily out of here. Excellent. Then we have this guy who's going to be making my belt 3s, like that, and he needs belt 2s, and he also needs green circuits and advanced components. And green circuits come from here with a number 7. Doop. And advanced components come from here with a number 8, I think. Like that, yes. There we go. Magic. And then we just need another one of these coming down over here. And I'm going to put it there because I feel like there's... oh, I see. There's electric components being taken over the top there and then fed down to go that way. So it's okay. I don't actually need anything there, but I might in the future. So I'll leave that slot free for other belts. Oh, and you need to be an exerter. Boop. And then I have that there and an inserter like that. Right, so that should now... yes, there we go. We're making belt 3s. Excellent. That is stage 1 complete. Next up, we look into stage 2, which is going to be... putting all these things in the same way around. That and that. Right, so you are making ramp 1, which is belt 1, as we've already got coming in, and also then we're going to need the... oh, components. Okay, sure. We can bring those in with a medium inserter, which is a number 7, like that. Like that. There we go. Then we need to dig out some more space over here because I haven't left enough for my everythings. There's my mining laser. All right, let's pause. Let's pause to investigate mining lasers because that sounds really cool. Mining laser requires steel, advanced machinery parts, and energy cells. Well, conveniently, there's some of that there. Okay, I need to get up to 15 advanced machinery parts. I wish you would tell me how many I got, because I don't really want to go. Okay, now we need energy cells, which are all the way over there. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think. Yay, mining laser. Pew pew. Right, let's just assume this is going to be a straight upgrade, so I take that and put it there. Well, I'm doing some... Actually, let's test it somewhere else, just in case it's as destructive as the orbital laser. I don't think it will be, but... Okay, fine. It seems to basically be the mining drill, but with a slightly longer range. So I want to come over to, yes, here. And I want to go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. I've lost count because the mining laser is kind of quick, which is lovely and makes things much, much better. Despite being a destructive-looking laser, it still seems to give me the resources that I'm digging up, so that's nice. This is what I would call quite a lot better. It also seems to be quite a lot better at not accidentally digging down too far, which is something I have been having problems with, as you've noticed. Yeah, okay, this makes diggy hole a lot easier, much easier. I'm just sort of vaguely wave it across the area I dislike, and zap happens. The part that needs a little bit of finesse and care is moving it at the right speed, so it actually does destroy the blocks. Because if you don't destroy a block, then you have to start again when you come back to it. But if you do destroy it more quickly than you're expecting to, then you'll overshoot and get a damage one on the other side like that. That was much better. Would a sheepcoat cross be a shoat or a geep? Or a sherp? A sheet. A sheet, perhaps. Could be a sheet. It's probably it's a geep thing you wouldn't understand, joking here, I suspect. But right, so this time I don't need to feed into the next machine. So we only actually need a single. That can go there, and then we can immediately have the next machine like that. Making the... Oh no, wait. Oh, I've got this all wrong, haven't I? Because the splitter requires the belts. The belts need to be made in the middle. Ah! Change recipe. Wait. Yeah, change recipe. You make the ramps. You make the belts. You make the splatters. That's annoying, because that means these... Actually, it's not that bad. I just need to pull these out. Like that. And then put them back in again. With that one as an output, and that one as an input. I said, come on. That one as an input. There we go. Toggle that round. And then over here... I mean, this is then going to be making... ramp 2. And I need to pull all of the belts off there if I haven't already. No, we have already. Excellent. And then this is going to be producing... Eventually going to be producing ramp 3. And I need to claim all of this stuff. Right, there we go. Why are you not working? No ramp ones. Why are you not working? No belt ones. Why are you not working? No iron. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, because this one needs iron, so that has to go there. But that means we don't need that one there. So that can now start making the belt ones again, which we've fed into here, which go into there. Right. So then now you're happy? Yes, excellent. So that means over here that actually can't be there. We need to move it one further across, but that's okay. We can leave that one that way around. And then I can put this bunny here as well, because we're going to be doing the same thing over here. That we are. Oh no, we're not actually. We're not going to be bringing the. We're not going to be bringing the belts all the way through. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Because the belts are needed for making belt 2s, which are needed for making belt 3s. Yes, I have logicked myself into making sense. So kind of. So we need to do the same other thing over here with that and that and that. Fear my multi-dimensional spaghetti. That comes out there. Then once again we have that there, and you can do exactly the same thing. This is another place where having a being able to do blueprints would be very, very useful, because these belts are just feeding this stuff across is the same thing. Many it can be invalid copy target. Just do as you're told. Right, the same sort of thing again and again. Copy the. There we go. Right, so you're. Oh no, wait. That's an. No. That's one of them and one of them. And this one is the output. Boop. Then over here, we have one of them there inputting. We don't need anything beyond that. So that's for the belts. Then over here, we're going to have. Oh, run out of assembler 2s. Let's get some more assemblers. Screech. Yoink. Right, over here, assemblers. Right, put another one in there for the 2s, and another one there for the 3s. And these are going to be for the splitters. So we can come down, back over here again. You, I would like to make a splitter 1. You can make a splitter 2. And the one behind me can make splitter 3 when we've actually made it. When we've actually researched the darn things. Also, let's have a piece of belt in there where there's clearly meant to be one and isn't. Right, so you also need electronic components and... Right, so you need both of these. So you need to have a 6 and a 7. You, apart from needing the basic input, need both of them as well. Okay. Well, luckily that is manageable. We can do that like so and so. And then over here we need to unload these like. Come out anywhere actually. We'll do it here. Belt, a couple of pieces of belt. Put it in the right place. Okay, a couple of pieces of belt. And up. And down. And up. And down goes there. Then we red belt between them like that. And that and that. And oh, I always forget you can't. No, I always forget you can't drag belts backwards in this game unless you tell it. Unless you specifically say, "I would like to drag belts backwards." And it's usually, well, sometimes it's useful to be able to, but most of the time it's easier not to. Just let it do its thing. Right, input. That's going to be an output, but I'll program it in a second. That's an input. Right, so these two need to be output and output. There we go. Here come my splitter 1s. And they will go in there. Num 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 num. What else do you need? Nothing. You're making splitter 2s. Lovely. Then you're going to be making splitter 3s. 96, 97, 90. Come on, 98. Come on, research. Just finish off. I'd like to get this You're just being a bit slow. All right, well, while we're waiting, let's put in some more earth along here. Like that. And then I can extend this belt, because I'm pretty sure it's going to need those. So I'll have some more of that. Do you by any chance need splitter 3? Yes, you need advanced components and green circuits. So put in one of these and one of those. And I'll extend these belts because I probably should. Boop and boop. Right, that should now. Yep, that's running. Oh, you're going to need. You need programming as well, so you're going to be... Oh, you're belt 3. And you're ramp 3, yes. And you've got everything you need except ramp 2s. Ramp 2s are short of ramp 1s. Ramp 1s are short of... Shouldn't be short of anything. Ramp 1s are not being output. Oh. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah, this needs to be an input, but I also need to have an output. Oh. This is going to be an awkward spaghetti of some form. So we've got belts going through here, and then they're just going into nowhere. Belt to nowhere. So we actually don't want this. Yeah. So I need to take things out of here and then get them to here. Ideally here. This is going to require some spaghetticating, I think. So what if I bring them out here like that and then rotate this way, and then we can put the ramps are going to have to go up too, or I could do that going underground thing I was talking about before. Let's do that. That's the wrong tool. Oh, we're going to need to go under there. Which means we're going to have to go under... this is going to be a mess. Yeah, because I'm going to end up unplugging this inserter. That's going to be problematic. So we go down to there, and then it could go under here, and it could go wiggle through this way. But I need it to come... I'm going to need to be able to come up at some... Oh, I could bring it right over here. Alright, let's go down here and just demolish everything and see what can be done. So I'm going to want to go down here, like that. Then we're going to have to go under here, but I'm going to drop in and do some tunneling and have a bit of a think about it. Right. So, right, I can't take out this one. I can't take out this one because that's powering a splitter, an inserter. I can take out that one, but that's not going to be very helpful. Alternatively, I can go further this way and try and come up along here. So if I come up through there and there, and then pop it out here like that, that's going to work. Okay, I'm going to need to remove that as well. And then I can drop down to this hole here and then try and link all of this together. So I can take out that as well, and that, and that. And then run a belt at arm's length. That goes there, 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 there. That, and there, and then I can put in one of these here, set that to be an output, and there we go. There go my ramps. That was horribly convoluted. I mean, I'm entertained by it, but that was horribly convoluted. But you know, if it's a dumb idea and it works, it ain't dumb, or possibly it is, and you just got lucky. And there we go. There's my ramp 2s coming out, going in over here, ready to be made into shiny new ramp 3s. So that was tangled. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. But we've now got a machine here making belt 1s to make belt 2s to make belt 3s. The belt 1s are all disappearing into making other things by the looks of it. But that's sort of okay. We can come back later. And oh no, wait, we haven't finished this one. Over here, we still need a 7 on here like that to take those in, and probably an 8 on here like that to grab those in. There's nothing coming through here. So we don't have any belt 2s coming through. It's actually we don't have any... I haven't told it to make belt 2s. That would, you know, kind of help. So we need... this... Oh, bother, I said poo. Because this ain't going to work. I can fix it, but oh, for goodness sake. Because this machine now needs both of these inputs. So I need to put one of these here and one of these here, and that's not going to work because it won't have foundation. There, you see? Like that. So what I'm going to have to do over here... oh wait, is it going to work? It's not going to work. Oh no. It's not going to work. How am I going to do this then? Okay, I think I can see how I'm going to do this. It's horrible, but needs must. So I need to pull that out, and need to pull that out. So I can put that in underneath there, and that will now work. If I remove that, I can remove that as well. And actually, no, it's not going to be as horrible as I thought. I take it all back. It's going to be it's going to make things nicer over here. So if I remove that and that, I can then have the belt turn there and there, and there, and I say nicer. It's not going to make it. It's not actually going to make it nicer, but I can do that, and that should be all right. So if we ever get any parts through here, I notice we've run out of these component guys, so that's the problem. So I think that's now... Oh, there we go. There's a ramp going down. And here it comes back up again. And it goes jump into there. Great. What's wrong over here? Why are you sad? You're not sad. You're just, oh, I see. This is the machine making the belts, and they're getting snaffled up by this machine and that machine as fast as they come out. So that's why we're not getting any belt 2s, any belt 1s coming through here. However, I could come along here and I could manage the inventory of this machine, and I could put in like 200 belt 1s in there. They will pour out of every orifice, and there we go. There's some of them getting through. They get taken over here. That machine is happily eating them. Red bar, excellent. And out come my belt 2s, which come over the top here and go into this machine, which is now making belt 3s. Excellent. Phew. So after all of that, we're now making belt 1, 2, 3, belt 1, 2, 3, ramp 1, 2, 3, and splitter 1, 2, 3 across here. Phew. That was more fiddly and complicated than I was expecting, but in a way I think that is nicer than whatever I'd have done with bringing belts from wherever over there and then just trying to cram them in some way, shape or form over here. So yes, my next question then is if I wanted to do the same with assembly machines. Well, we're currently researching those. What are the recipes for those? So assembler 1s are iron, machinery parts and electronic components. So that's the first row. That's got all of that. Number 2 is assembly 1 and advanced machinery parts. And I think we do have... I think we have those in... Do we have those in row 2? Yes, we do. Row 2 can pull them in from the opposite side. Okay, so it's slightly more complicated, but it can get them. So a machine in the second row will be able to pull in from here into that machine. So that's fine. And then if we have a look in the researching matrotning over here, we then see assembler 2, circuit boards are fine, thermalite sheets. Now I do have the sheets somewhere. Traditional panto line there. Somewhere, at least I thought I did. Could have sworn I was bringing thermalite sheets in here somewhere. And now, oh, there they are. I thought that was iron. Yes, so thermalite sheets are being brought along the 4th row. So probably the sensible thing to do here would be just to have a gap for the third machine, and then have a machine in here in the fourth row. I say on the other side, the far side of the fourth row. So that should be able to work. Okay, Mark. Well, thanks for dropping in, and yeah, hope you've enjoyed the three-dimensional chaos that has been going on here while I've been while my brain has been trying to turn itself to cheese. Right. So let's get in and try and do that while I'm at it. So I'm going to shoot this bush, and this tree. And this one as well, and this one, because we're going to need a bit more playground room. And we are going to need to bring over the thermalite. Oh no, that's all right. I was going to say, if we get thermalite, we're not going to get green circuit. No, we are. Thermalite and green circuits are compatible because they're on the opposite sides of this area. So bring this all the way over here. However, I do notice that making belt 3 has used up essentially all of my green circuits, which is a little bit horrifying. They also don't seem to be coming out at all. So let's go out and back over and they're dribbling through. I guess, is this just the rate that I'm making green circuits at? Yes, I think. Yeah, there's not enough electronic components coming through to keep the green circuit production happy. And keep the battery production happy. Okay. And there's limited electronic components coming through because we don't have enough copper coming in up the middle here. So yeah, as we were saying earlier, green circuits are a problem because we don't have enough copper. Okay. If I could bring another belt of copper over, it would be reasonably easy to then bring it along here and have it just go over the top of all of that and then feed it and then drop it in where it's relatively easy to then just drop it in where it's needed. So about here probably. But it's getting that extra belt of copper. At the moment I think we have 3. One's going that way. One's going that way. Where's the third copper belt? Because I'm sure there's 3 in here. Fall in the hole. There we go. Yeah, we've got 3 belts coming through here. One goes up here. One goes up there. And one goes up there. And they all go above ground. Oh, it was probably just underneath some other belts and I didn't see it. One goes that way. One goes this way. Oh, and one goes this way. There we go. Yes, there's one going off to robots. One going off to science. And probably mall. Yeah, probably mall. Yeah, one to science and mall. And then one's going directly into green circuits and just all disappearing into there and none to be seen again. Right. This one isn't running at full speed. This one isn't running at quite full speed. I don't want to peel off either of those. I feel that's going to go badly. So if I want to make green circuits any faster, I have to make more. If I want to make belts faster, that means I want to make green circuits faster. I will need to bring over another belt of copper from the copper mine over there, which is a fairly big undertaking, especially as at the moment we've got the 2 belts of copper coming out, being turned into 2 belts of copper ore coming out, being turned into 3 belts of copper sticks, and pouring along here. So I would have to put in more additional mining and massively increase this smeltometron area here in order to get more of that coming through, which I'd rather not do. It's a bit of a big undertaking, but I may have to. Then we'll see. Although, looking at the other way, maybe we've just taken in an enormous quantity of green circuits because I've suddenly started making those belts down here and extended this belt as well. So once all of these fill their internal buffers up to however many hundred they fit, This one is, yeah, this one's finished. It's got to 25. That one's done. That's going to stop taking green belts. This one is going to carry on taking green circuits until it gets up to probably 200. So that's going to, yeah, we're going to need a lot more in this one. And we're going to need... Oh, so this has got to 50, so this one's done. It may take in some more to fill up its input buffer, actually. But basically, we're kind of done here. However, green circuits are also being taken in to make the science packs, I think. Yeah, so they're not even getting past science at the moment. Yeah, now we've got enough batteries, we haven't got enough. The science is struggling. Oh dear. So, yeah, I think I need more green circuits, which means I need more copper, which means I need to go over and expand my copper smeltery over there, which is a little bit of a shame. Now that I've got green belts, I could just increase the amount of ore that's going in on each of those things and extend the. No, I don't think I want to extend the smelters there, because if I did, it would. Can I have that? If I did extend the smelters, it would mean I'd have to completely rejig all that sort of stuff over there. So I don't think I'll do that. But I won't take more yellow belts from there. I will go and get an enormous quantity of foundation, and I will start planning and plotting and stuff. So take that. All right. Basically, what I want to do is build exactly the same thing again. This is where I really, really want to copy-paste, because this is going to be a bit of a faff. The freighter would also need an upgrade. Yes, the freighter would need an additional freighter putting in, I think. Basically, I need this, again, slightly higher up. So... Yes, I believe it is at maximum capacity, but I can put in an additional one. No, there. So we'll have some supports over here so it doesn't look like complete and utter nonsense. And then from there we'll go out to the same sort of place, which I think is there. Yes, it is. Yeah. And I can build from there to whee over here somewhere. Like that. And then I can fill in the gap over here. The gap is apparently the wrong size. Do I? Oh yes, I do need the additional piece over here. Alright, so we're now doing a multi-story factory. Lovely. And hopefully it'll be nice and windy to take all the smoke out of the inner area here. So, the problem with this, of course, is we don't know how long this patch down here is going to last for if I start pulling it out at 4 yellow belts instead of 2. But, what can you do, basically? And we need, yeah, certainly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miners for each one of each belt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, seems fine. Alright, so these guys are going to come down from here. Pew! Okay, I'm quite enjoying that, the mining laser. Now I could put in a second row of miners above these ones rather than going around the back of the patch. But I think going around the back of the patch feels like it makes more sense. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So we'll run a belt through here. And we might get to use some explosives for mining this area out. 1, 2, 3. I think that's probably far enough. Let's put a bomb in there and see what happens. Not there. There we go. I think that's probably going to be all right. And if not, I just have to replace a mining drill. Perfect. Lovely. Right, so now I can go in here and I can put in another one up there. One over there. One down there. Boom. Let's just excavate out this patch. And I'm not sure how much more space I've got before I go in the before I go around to before I'll end up destroying. Oh, there's some all the way around here. Yeah, it's a good thing I stopped. Right. Right, there we go. All the way through. It's a little bit alarming that I'm already pulling some out from all the way around here. Oh, but none of these are actually running, so I could probably if it's 5 of these for one belt, then I can move that belt, and we've got 2 drills in over here already, so that's convenient. Just idly laze my own mining robots. Why not? I'm sure they don't mind. Oh yeah, I need to come through with all this. And I'm sort of assuming that the mining bots won't deal with any random dirt that's in the way, so it's probably worth cleaning all of this out like that. I've got 2 drills on this side so far, so that's 3, 4, 5. If I've got them. Oh, I've got too close to the. Flew too close to the sun. I can't, until that one's been removed, I can't get another mining drill in here. Oh well, 4 is basically enough. And over here, I want to put in my foundation. What level am I at? This level. Ah, that's not doing what I wanted to do. Try again. With less 3-dimensional shenaniganry this time. Let's bring it over to there. And then out to there. Yeah, that's about the right place. So we'll go from there. So 1, 2, 3, 4 actually. All the way across there, like so. And you know, I'm gonna fill that up as well, because why not? Stop me falling in some of the holes. Although I suppose I could do that like this as well. Right. So now along here. Oh, actually, let's remove some of this, because it might get in the way of the bots. I don't know how fussy they are. There we go. I can remove all of that, and then do I have any more mining drills left? Yeah, I've got three more. Okay, it's not quite enough, but it'll do. 1, 2, 3, and then I'll put another 2 in there when I have them. And then we run our yellow belt from here. Zoop, zoop. And out here like this. And then we continue this ramp down to the appropriate level, which I think is there. Yeah, that looks right. And then this belt comes from there to there. Okay, so that is now going to be, well, once I put the exerters along here anyway, this is going to be, that's going to be an upgrade to the mining. So 1, 2, 3. Right, there is a quantity of, another quantity of copper ore has been obtained. And over here, oh, we need to do the same thing around here. We've got our 1, 2, 3, 4. I've only got 4 drills on this side as well, because there wasn't room for the 5th one to be squeezed. Or have we? Hang on. Yeah, we've only got 4 drills around here because the 5th one wouldn't fit. I'll pull that out and rotate it like that, and then we can run off these drills. Up here, it's going to be a case of copying this, and that is going to be a massive undertaking. I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. feeding off. Right, so like this. 3, 4, and that's exactly what I had apparently. At some point I'm going to run out of jetpack fuel, and I'm being reasonably careful about it, trying to keep an eye on it, and I can always easily go and get more of it, but I just know that at some point I'm going to forget and I'm going to run out and fall out of the sky. Oh, and I need 4 on the other side as well, and then yada yada yada. Okay. And then a gap, and then many smelters. Smelters until the cows come home. And they're offset because of the belt shenanigans required. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and I've run out. Okay, so that's this sort of shows quite nicely what I'm planning to do. I think this is the sort of thing that maybe I should do. Actually, this is the sort of thing that should be done between streams, because it's not the most exciting part of the game. And it's just going to be me repeating something I've basically already done and filling in gaps to make it do the same sort of thing again, but twice as fast. So I'll put in this ramp down to. I'm 1 verticality out, typical. So right, what I'll do here is I'll come and lay some rocks. I think this might get less powerful the further away the thing you're zapping is, which would be quite a nice touch. But I don't know. But I don't know if that's just that might have just been psychosomatic. In other words, I might have been making it up. I'll put that in there. Okay. So there we go. We've gone from having this massive copper smeltery to working towards doubling the scale of said massive copper smeltery. So that's quite kind of satisfying, but also kind of horrifying because it's getting so big. It's going to come along here like this, and then along here like this. However, there's a certain slightly satisfying I'm making a building feeling about this. Maybe I should actually try and do a little bit of prettification and put some side walls on the thing, and maybe even a roof. And maybe even excavate out all of the ground underneath it and put in and have a 3rd level of copper smelting under here. But thing is, though, am I going to? How is the copper smelting going to go? Am I going to? You know what I could do is eventually I could have a couple of the landing pads on the roof of this area, and then just have the copper ore come down from being brought in by aircraft, brought down and then fed into these 4 areas, and just have them land on the roof. That'd be quite cool. And then if I ever needed even more processing, I could put in a 3rd level underneath here. I do have an awful lot of stone, so let's go into vertical build mode. That's not the vertical build mode I wanted. How do I vertical build mode the other way? Okay, well, let's do the other wall first. So I'll have a wall going from there. Oh, now it's going the other way. The hell? Come on, game. Work with me here. Right, okay, it's pointing in the... Fine. Do that. And that. There we go. Sort of sealed off the side of it now, and the end of it over here. So it feels more solid. There's a massive great opening over here, but I think that's alright. Although I could fill in this... I could fill in this gap here as well. Like that. And this one. There we go. Now I've got a nice sort of... It feels almost like a building. It certainly feels supported, but I can also fly inside here and see see nature on the inside. Yeah, I don't know whether that was remotely worth doing, but I felt like it, so I did. So yeah, I think I should expand the copper production between streams and put in the additional freight elevator that's going to be required down the other end of here, and some additional belts to bring the copper all the way over to the actual factory itself. Yeah, it's as you say, Radagast. Yes, it's yeah, it's a little bit fiddly. I can sort of see the rules it's trying to work with, but it also feels a little bit strange. I've also got this big hole in the ground that I made over here, which I'd sort of like to fill it in, but also I think I've just made an enormous hole in the ground, so we'll leave that as a scar as it is. Green circuits are still not getting past the science production area. But then science seems to be backing up now because I don't have any active researchers at the moment, so that's kind of okay. I think in the absence of being able to do anything useful about the green circuits at the moment, because that does seem to be my main bottleneck. Oh, actually, there's a shortage of steel as well. Ugh. I might need to build additional steel smelting. So at the moment we've got, well, I've got this area down here making quite a bit of steel being fed through over here. I thought I had another steel smelting area somewhere underground, but it doesn't. Oh, yes, there is additional steel being brought up here, but even so, it's still not enough. So steel smelting will also need to be expanded. That's going to be a similar sort of job, I suspect. Where are my iron patches? So at the moment, I've got iron being dug up here. This seems to be quite a big patch still. Maybe I should go down and have a look at it. Have a look at the smelting. Let's go down and look at the ore patch first. Regular says I need to light up the area underneath that's a creeper, so I don't get creepers spawning in there. Yeah. I'd be quite upset if I got creepers spawning in, I have to admit. Do 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 do. Tumty tum. Lift music. Ba 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 da ba ba da 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 ba ba da. Oh, here we go. Right, so we have power being brought in. We have a wow. That is a very, very depleted steel patch. We can imagine what this probably looked like when it was new. It'll come out basically to these mining drills, because that's how I set up. I put my mining drills pretty much as close to the steel patch as I can. And we can now see that, I mean, I'd say that's 2/3 used up. That's horrifying. Advanced steel smelting. That's a thought. Yeah, it was just the first piece of music that came to mind, so I started humming. That's a good point. Yes, I think I might have advanced smelting. Metallurgy, please. Steel beams tier 2. So, yeah, this is probably something I need to do then. Advanced Xenophorite Ignium Ben, which is Xenophorite and Ignium ore. Did I do this last time? This feels familiar. Have I done this already? And if I haven't done it here, did I do it on the other steel production system? I am not sure. Bing, steel. Xenophorite Ignium ore blend. I don't think that's the advanced. That's not the advanced one, is it? That's this one. So I need to be doing this one, which takes in 4 and 2, 4 and 2. What? What's the difference? Does it produce more of it? I don't think it doesn't say that it does. Yeah, that's say 3 times on the output there. But then there's steel beams tier 2, which say, oh, I see. You have to take in the advanced. Oh, right, you have to make the advanced blend because that's what lets steel beams 2 run, and that goes 1 to 1 instead of 1 to 1. That goes 1 to 2. Right. Okay. So if I go change rest, this should be trivial then. I just say do number 2 instead, and then copy, paste, paste, paste. Is this all the steel smelting I've got down here? It is. Jeez. Okay. Then are you going to know what to do? Yes, you are. No, don't do that. Okay. So it's going to use that, and then when that runs out... What? Oh. Hey? Oh, I see. It comes out the other side. Probably. No, wait. It's a different input. That's xenoferrite ore and igneous ore instead of xenoferrite rubble. Right. Yeah. So I need to refine this. I need to pump this through the crushing stage first. Right. Let's have another look at these recipes and do it properly this time. So. Rubble, xenoferrite igneous ore blend, basic one is rubble and xenoferrite or igneous ore rubble. The advanced one is xenoferrite or an igneous ore. Oh, so we need to make igneous ore as well. So I need to crush. Right, I need to crush both of these inputs to get these. Right. Okay. I mean that's quite a bit more to do, but fine. We can manage that. So take that out, take that out, and that out, and that out. Right, I need more space. So we're going to be bringing this one out. We'll go this way because we've got some empty space over this side, which we can use. So this can come out across here, this block. So we've got belt, inserter, crusher, inserter, belt. Then we'll go other belt, inserter, crusher, inserter, belt. So actually, instead of that, let's start pulling the coal out to the side of this machine and move everything a bit further over this way. So we'll come out there. In fact, let's go in an extra step just because why not? Right, so here we're going belt, inserter, crusher, crusher, inserter, belt, inserter, crusher, inserter, belt. Okay, that's quite a lot of area to take out, but sure. And to crush an entire belt's worth of ore, because I'm going to want to make this run as fast as I possibly can. Well, we'll have a look in a moment when I've dug some hole. This is probably far enough away from anything that I can use explosives, isn't it? Although I kind of like this... whatever. There we go, that's pretty good. Zap all this out as well while I'm at it. Right, and we're going to put the floor in at this level. I'll probably end up blowing some of this up, but never mind. I've got more rock than I know what to do with, I expect. So, oh no, I didn't go far enough over this way. Okay, so we need a large quantity of basically everything. I was going to go through the... I didn't go far enough with my explosives. Although this is only belt, so it doesn't need a particularly big hole. So, this makes 1 every 1.5 seconds if I'm using Crusher 1s, which seems to be what I have at the moment. Have I even invented Crusher 2s? I should use the search. I have invented Crusher 2s. Okay, maybe I should probably start using Crusher 2s, really. Have I started made smelter two? Advanced smelters, whatever they're called. Smelter small, advanced smelter. Yeah, I have. So I should probably start using those as well. To upgrade everything down here to advanced machinery. Okay, so let's assume I'm going to do that. In which case, metallurgy. Making the ignium ore out of the rubble takes 0.75 seconds to make one. And a yellow belt is, I always forget how fast, is 320 per minute. I hate that it uses a mixture of minutes and seconds in the and it's not something I can divide by 60 very easily, or at all. It's 16 divided by 3, so call it 5 a second. So I'm going to want to actually, what's the input rate? 5 a second. Yes, it's a 1-to-1 recipe. So 0.75, 1.5, 3, 4.5, 5 in a bit. So I want 7 of them. Is this one the same? Yes. So I need 7 of each machine. That means 7 times 2. Yeah, 40, it needs to be 14 deep. So I need to use some more explosives. Boom. Right. I'm glad I stopped to do the maths. That was yeah. 1. Okay, so we will be building from here out 14. And we'll be filling in the gap along here. Alright, so we're going inserter, no, yeah, belt, inserter, machine, inserter, belt, inserter, no, belt, inserter, machine, inserter, belt. That much, I think. Yeah, seems about right. Okay, so that is going to be, well, if I come over here and drill out this patch here as well, then this is going to be enough room for my new smelter, for the crushing stack before that feeds the smelter. And then I'll be able to send the right resources in there. So this one, this belt, should actually go this way, like that. Insert a machine, then we'll have an output belt here that feeds along to here, and then into, oh come on, and then into there. Have another output belt that comes along in the same way. This is going to have the coal, whatever we'll call it, processed coal on it. Fill in the holes like that. Then I can have another belt comes along here, like that. I'm going to need foundation in there, and also in there. Put rock in there and there. And then it's an enormous quantity of crushers and other such shenanigans. Boop. Of which I need to go and make sure I've got the advanced versions of all of them available. So those are my inputs. We're probably going to find that all of this now fails because I don't have enough steel coming through. But at least there is still the steel being produced from the other place. So let's head back up here. Okay, I'm out of the lift now. I can stop humming. So, I'm going to need to think about advanced machines. Do you all like machines? Crush both, then mix. Rubble both, or crushed. Mix up, then. Yeah. Yeah, so so I'm going the bit I've just put in is going to be where the crushers go to turn it into ore rather than rubble. Then the existing mixers can turn it into can remix it and can mix it into the blend, and then the existing smelters can turn it into the finished article. Although that said, I'm going to be upgrading all of those to the better ones. What's going on down here? Oh yeah, this was going to be my belt production area, wasn't it? So let's remove this because it looks weird and it's not going to be used. However, I might be going to do something similar, although without the ridiculous aerial belts, for making the next tiers of crushers and smelters. Is it a crusher that mixes it? I think it is. Made in a crusher. Yes, it is. Okay, so I want to make crusher. No, not that. Control F. So that Control F, which isn't a Control F. Crusher. Okay, so a crusher 2 is a crusher 1 and advanced parts and circuit boards, because of course it is. So advanced parts and circuit boards means it has to be on that lane, because the circuit boards are are on that belt. Can you see them all? Yeah. So this is going to be another one where it skips a row, but nonetheless, I think this is going to be the way to go. So and I'm going to treat tier 2 assembly machines as my standard, I think, for the time being. So we want one there and one there. That's 3 out. Okay, no, they're lined up. That's fine. Except it's missing foundation. Pew 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 pew. I think that's enough pew. Pew 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 pew. Oh yeah, easily enough pew. I should probably expand this because otherwise I will just have problems later. There. It's going to be fun when I get to that hill, isn't it? Maybe I'll have to blow the hill up. Ooh, there's a pylon that's going to be in the way as well. That may be a problem. Oops, blown straight through the side. Can I shoot the sheep? I can. It doesn't like it, but it doesn't seem to harm it. Yeah, that green circuit shortage is going to be it's going to be problematic, I think. I'm also getting a little bit worried about the amount of copper and iron I'm getting through from these patches. Now, this is going to improving the steel smelting process is certainly going to help, but it's not going to really be enough to make an enormous difference. And you saw how much the copper was getting depleted, so it is a worry. I think that doesn't need that one. Oh look, I found my copper belts. Boop. There we go, hidden away now. There we go, a little bit of that. And you know what, I'm just going to do this out of foundation because I'm lazy. Boop. Right, so yeah, this is going to cause problems. Firstly, because we're going to hit this pylon, and then because we're going to hit the side of the mountain, and I'm probably going to want to use the laser for that, but that's going to be messy. Anyway, I want you to make crusher 1s. There they are, crusher 1s. And I want you to make crusher 2. And that means we're going to need to have an output over here. And I could just run a belt straight across the middle, save a little bit of space, save quite a lot of space, and by taking these ones on. What's needed for making this? I don't know all of the input, both of those inputs, so I can't do any sort of silly business on this side. These are going to need to come through straight through here, like that, and that, and then we'll be feeding them in there and there. Around here we want to also need the iron, which is that one. Goes over there, and we'll take the copper over as well. Right, and then over here is another inserter like that, and that should now work. Yes, there we go, lovely. So that means we're going to need to put another inserter on the side here to take them out, like that, and belt, bump, bump, and then just run this straight across, la 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 la, to here. Might as well just be to here. We can bring the ramp down. And feed those in at this point. And we'll need to feed those in here. And those in here. And there we go, Crusher 2s. That was actually reasonably straightforward. I also want to make advanced smelters while I'm at it, so let's have a look into that. Advanced smelters, so we've got the small smelter is iron, machinery parts, same things. Steel, advanced, and circuits. That's potentially a problem. Oh no, it's not. We've got steel, advanced, and circuits over here. So right, we can do that. So that means another one of these guys goes in here to make the smelters, and one of these in here to make the advanced smelters. Small smelter. There we go. All right. So we need that, and we need that, and then we need to feed them out here again in exactly the same way as we have with the other ones. Going up, and then belt them across, like that, and then down. Belt them in. Load them in. Haha! Oh, I've already switched up to output. Okay, cool. Right, I'm alongside the machine. And oh yeah, you actually need your supplies. So let's extend this belt from there to, well, oh, I've run out of red belts. Run out of yellow belts as well, pretty much. I suppose I could carry on using red belts for some of the stuff. Over here, where I don't really care about the speed, there is plenty of resources coming through to keep the bus fairly happy. I'll do that and no. I will have to do something about this pylon. Whether I end up moving the pylon, I could put the pylon on top of a machine, I suppose. Or actually, no, better idea, I could put it in this convenient space in the middle. So I could put one of these here, because I'm not going to put an assembler in there. And then I can link it from there to there. Like that. And then from there to... Why? Stop complaining. There to there, and that means I can then demolish this one. Boop. There we go. That's going to make things much easier. So, are you happy? No, you're not. I got distracted partway through. So you need, what was it? Steel and components and green circuits. So we want a 7 and an 8. And then over here, we want another 7. And we also need a belt for it. That. That's going to be my last couple of green circuits, because we're just not going to get any through other from there. But is that no? It's a few of everything, but it's not enough of anything. Well, it's not enough of the green circuits, so we can't even make one of those, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, it's not been. Yeah, the flying does use fuel up, but that's not a serious. That's not a problem. It's once you get to the point that you've unlocked it, the fuel is cheap to make. I tend to top up about once a stream because, well, maybe less than that, once every other stream perhaps. And the fuel lasts really, really well. You can see the fuel really obviously there at the bottom of the screen or middle of the screen. And people people in chat are kind enough to tell me when I'm about to run out and fall ignominiously out of the sky. Have some stuff. There we go. Right, so that can now actually run, and it can make some advanced smelters. Not very many, I don't think, because I've had 15, 10. Okay, I was going to make 4 of them, which is, you know, a start. Over here, you're just running slowly. Ah, there's a shortage of iron coming in because it's being stolen by everything else. This is the problem with grabbing. Oh, thank you. I'll pay some money off. Pay some loan off in a moment. This is the problem with just pulling in. Massively expanding all of your production very, very quickly, like I'm doing at the moment. You end up just burning through all of the resources, even the fairly mundane ones like iron, just disappears quite quickly. Speaking of disappearing quite quickly, it's satisfying how fast the mining laser goes through dirt. It's a bit slow on the more exotic when you get down to stone and stuff like that, but it goes through dirt very, very nicely. Which is a good thing, actually, because this whole area should be one lower. This is going to be very, very annoying when I get to the hillside. Maybe I should just pull my belts back a bit and blow the whole thing up. Probably with the orbital laser. What else was I going to do? Right, so nominally, I've got the crushers and the smelters being made. In actuality, I haven't really, but nominally they are sort of theoretically they're theoretically being made. So, I mean, I could go down there and build up the whole thing with basic crushers and smelters rather than the advanced ones. I don't know. I don't really want to because I've just made this new tech, and but it is there. It is there. It's just extra speed. All right, let's build up a proof of concept. Actually, how many of... No, I won't have... I'll have like 3 or 4 of each, won't I, at best? Yeah. We'll take them anyway. And take these as well. Put them in. Make sure the whole system works as it should. Then I can come back with the better stuff afterwards. Wait, there it is. Over there. I feel like I need to cue up some music in my head before we start moving in the elevator. Hang on, this is the wrong elevator. This doesn't take me down to steel smelting. Must be that one. Dee 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 dee. Nope, there we go. It's just crushers I need for this stage, actually. I don't know why I was trying to bring other things. Pew! Yes, true. Just hovering is a lot cheaper than flying around. That's very true. Let's do a finance. How much have I got? How much have I got? It doesn't say. Oh well. Yeah, I think so. I think the laser can be upgraded in that you can do more. You can upgrade the laser to. You can upgrade your mining speed in general. So I imagine that affects the laser as well as the drill. But I think it's sort of its own thing. where are my crushers? Where are... Oh, there they are. Put 2 in on each side. I said I'll put... ceiling's too low. This is so much better than the drill, simply because you don't have to get as close. So I can just stand here and laze out all of this very, very easily and lazily. Lazorly. See what I did there? Yeah. Oh, research points spent. I should probably go and spend those as well. It's not that big a deal to be. I mean, it's sort of a big deal because it means more. I get more for everything I'm doing, but. Right. So there we go. It's some 2s and some 1s. So now it's the standard going and put inserters absolutely everywhere, like no, and no, and no, except you're meant to be an output. Boop. And then I suppose I can go there. Actually, these don't have to be interleaved. They can be directly in line with each other because they're going outputting onto different belts. But I'll interleave them anyway, just because I accidentally misclicked with that one and I can't bother to pick it up again. Oh, I've run out again. Ah, rage. Okay, so I also need to get stuck on the ceiling again. Also need to come through here and empty these belts. Like that, and that. Oh, and I need to set the recipes on the crushers. And you know what? I need to remove this bit of rock here because it got in the way, and that's not allowed. I was saying at the beginning of the stream how much I'm looking forward to the upgrades in the next release they're going to make, where there's going to be a you're going to be able to specify an area where you want digging to be done, and then little robots will go out and do your biddingses for you. Right, so you're doing that, and so are you and you and you. You are doing... I can't reach. You are doing that, and so are you and you and you. Okay, so there we go. We've got nice, shiny, clean coal coming out from there now. Clean coal. I sound like a... no, I said I wasn't going to get political. It doesn't count as politics if it's Australian because they don't. That's far enough away that it doesn't directly affect me. Right. So those are now being fed in there. There we go. That's disappearing into the machine here. So that will then produce the advanced steel ore shenaniganizer. That can then be fed into here. Now I can upgrade some of these machines, which is probably going to be a good idea because I think these are going to be slower. And I think I brought some advanced smelters with me. I did. Oh, but they're bigger. Oh, isn't that fun? They're bigger, so it's not a direct slot-in replacement. Is there any advantage to them apart from the speed? I don't think there is. So we'll save those for when I want to build out a better system. But if I do this, this can be done in... Oh no, this has to be done in an advanced smelter. Lovely. Okay, so we are actually going to be pulling all of this out then. And extending this one further back. Oh, I actually could have done with that. Right, so let's do a big demolishment from here to here. Yes, like that. I'm also going to need to lose that, and possibly more down this way. Who knows? Right, so this is going to have to be advanced smeltomatrons. That guy goes here and here. I'm surprised the ceiling's high enough, to be honest. I was just after I placed it. Well, I was going to say I didn't think of it in advance, but just after I placed it, I went, "Huh, I'm surprised the ceiling's high enough." Because it seems to be a generally bigger machine, and it would have been fairly typical for it to have screwed me over in every possible way. Then they're down. Yeah. So you need to be, and not that way. Not like that. You need to be an exerter, so one of those. We'll put you in here. Yeah, like that. Then we toggle you. Then we copy you and put you in the right place. We're putting them all in the middle, just so it looks neater. That, and that. Pull that one back up again. Right, and then... Oh, I'm down to 20 pieces of yellow belt. Lovely. Then we run that through there to... over here, I guess. We might as well have them running. There's no point in them just sitting there doing nothing. Even if it's not running at full speed, it might as well run at some speed. And it does seem to be actually quite capable of hoovering up all of the mix that's coming out of here. And the mixamatizer does seem to be capable of hoovering up all of that. Oh, do I have any more insert? Yeah, I've got a couple more of these now. So I can finish these off like that and that. Ignore the fact that I've not placed them evenly. I also pull this up. Boop. Right, and then dump it in here. Oh, dump it in here because this is the one that's actually getting used. Meh. Okay, I didn't get as much coal as I thought. Okay, so this is now proof of concepting very, very nicely. How much are we getting out coming out the other end? Okay, so it's slowed down, unsurprisingly, because we've got more. Because we've emptied the everything that was picked up by the. We've emptied out the buffers in the machines, but that's fine. We're at least getting a bit more out than we were before. Have some of that. We should be well, for the amount of input we're putting in, we're getting more out anyway. So now I think I need to go. Oh, we are not using up everything that's coming through here. So I want to be using about, what was it? It was five a second that I was ballparking on with these, wasn't it? So the steel beam tier 2 takes in 1 every 6 seconds. So if I've got 5 a second coming in, geez, this is going to be speedy. So I've got 5 of the mix coming in, then I'm going to need 6 times 5. This is a slow recipe. Okay. So I'm going to need 30 of these machines to deal with this belt being full. That's substantial. Okay. What does this belt do? Does it just loop back on itself there? Why is there a screen there? What is going on? I don't understand. I think that was probably a mistake. Let's take that back. Alright. Yes, this just loops back on itself. So I could have my belt come back up a lot, could go down this way as far as is necessary, assuming I don't run into another mine. I'm sorry, another underground processing area. Where am I even? Oh, there's my arrow. Yeah, so I can just keep going this way. Or, possibly more sensibly, I could put in another set of machines. I could have put in 15 in a row along here, and then another 15 in a row on the other side. That makes a lot more sense, I think. Although, then, if I did that, this ramp would be in the way and would need to be relocated, which isn't impossible, and these things are all manageable. The other alternative is to split this and have I'd have to have another iron ore belt going along here if I wanted to have another row of crushers in here producing the output. But I reckon that these were going to be given enough input, which they've not. This belt is a lot fuller than I would expect, given that I was thinking I was going to need 7 machines across here. Could it be that it was 7 of these? Let's have another look at the numbers. It's getting late, so I'm probably starting to struggle with maths. Hello, Bob. Welcome. Yeah, Foundry's a lot of fun. I'm definitely enjoying it. One of my biggest peeves, though, that I keep grumbling about, is that belt speeds are in items per minute, and machine speed, recipe speeds are in items per second, and that's really annoying. Or they're not even in items per second; they're in seconds per bit, seconds per craft, which is also. But at least I can invert that relatively easily in my head. Anyway, and also the belts are not nice numbers of items per second. This should be 180 because that'd be 3 items per second. This should then be 360 because that'd be 6 items per second, and so on. You see what I'm getting at here. Anyway, that's not a rant aimed at you unless you're one of the devs, so we'll just gloss over that for now. But that's about 5 items per second. We're calling it 5 items per second for the sake of my sanity. And so we're producing. Okay, that's sort of helpful, but it's not quite enough. Unfortunately, maybe it is. All right, let's try that. So you are doing 80 a minute. So 160, 240, 340. So yeah, 4 of the. Okay, so it's 4 of these machines. Right. So my previous mathsing must have been for using the tier 1 machines, and now I've got at least some tier 2s. I only need 4 of each of these, so that means I can then come in here and do a deconstructionatron from here to here to here. Pull all of that out because this is sufficient. You're the same speed. You are. Please tell me you're the same speed, or I'll be very sad. Yes, you're the same speed. Excellent. Then, all right. Let's check this one then. So this is 80 a minute. So it would be 160 a minute when I've upgraded it to a Mark II crusher. Fine. So it's going to be 2 of these. No, it's going to be 3 of these to take in the full belt of iron ore, and that's going to spit out 6. It's not going to spit out 60. It's going to spit out almost 60 a minute. Yeah. So actually, this could be a red belt quite easily. Yeah. So I need 3 or 4 of these as well. Bomb, 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 bomb. Which is what I've got. So that's good. Then over here, this guy. So we've got was it 20? No, we've got 40. 40, we've got 80 in total. So no, 40 from each machine because they'll be the machines that are twice as fast. 40, 80, 160 a minute coming out of these ones down here. So you'll be then producing. You'll be taking in 160. So we've got 15 a minute on the input. So that's 10. 10 and 11 machines. And we might just call it 10 for the sake of sanity. So 10, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So actually, yes, I whack in a 5th one here, and then another row of them on the other side, or maybe on this other side. That other side would be better, but I haven't left. Oh, I have not left room for a splitter here. I could do some spaghetti shenanigans and get another belt over to there. We like spaghetti shenanigans on this channel, so I might just do that just for fun, really. Yeah, I can do some spaghetti shenanigans. Get the other half of the belt over there, and yeah, another 5 over that side. All right, let's go and see if we can find the machines for that. So I need another 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 crushers and 6 smelters. 8 crushers, 6 smelters. I don't want to copy somebody else's design. It's much more fun making my own. As the saying goes, I forget who it was who said it. I think it was one of the Factorio devs. But they said, given the chance, players will automate all of the fun out of the game. And I personally very strongly believe that using other people's blueprints and designs, maybe get a little bit inspired by them, sure, but directly copying other people's designs is optimizing the fun out of the game. And we need a lot more green circuits. Woomph, woomph. So I'm going to come over here and just stand here and steal them. This is a slow process. I mean, I could pick up one of the pieces of belt. In fact, let's do that. I am far too impatient for this. So I'm going to pull that up and then promptly forget about it. And yeah, I still need that extra. This is... You know what? For the time being, let's steal some copper from here, because this isn't running very fast at all. So I'll put in one of these guys, like that. But I will prioritise the output on it, like this. There we go. Then I can run this belt along. This won't go above that, will it? No. And it won't go through that lamp. So let's remove the lamp. Don't actually need the lamps there. Oh, I'm still going to need an up on this. Or yes, yeah. I've run out of conveyor belts as well. Brings on to here, and this looked like about where we're starting to have trouble. So let's shift stuff around a little bit if I can, because I'm going to need 2 downs to get back down to proper operating height with this. So you're going to be in the way. 2 squares, yeah, down to there. I wish I could just have an end of the belt and the copper would fall off it and go onto the belt underneath. That'd be quite nice. But then when the belt was full, you'd make a horrible, horrible mess. So it's not really appropriate. Right, let's just get this in place and then I'll cry about the machine, the assemblers I'm not going to be able to use anymore. So we have a down belt. There we go. An additional down belt. And then you go... Which building are you? You're running off that building. So I can move you to there. That means I can remove that. And then I can simply sideload that there, which conveniently prioritises this belt, which is what I want to do, but we'll also top it up. This is really loud around here. But we'll also top it up with additional copper, allowing me to theoretically make a bit more. Rather unfortunate. Oh, actually, no, this might be... No, this isn't going to work. I can move this one. I can move this inserter across to here, and it'll load up this machine quite happily. But there isn't room to put another inserter in loading that machine, so that one is just defunct now, which is a pain. And I can move that to there and remove that one. But I can't then put this one in here because the ramp is in the way. Oh, that's better. Still, that's more copper coming in here by the amount you can see on this here belt. So it's more machines running. That means more green circuits. So I can come back over here now, slurp up all of these. I'm almost tempted to upgrade this to a yellow belt just to allow me to slurp these up more quickly. It's copper. I'm calling them copper, iron, and coal and oil, I guess, just because they're playing silly buggers with the naming schemes, and I can't be bothered to try and remember which is which. It's copper. It just has it's copper with a different name. There's a TV tropes thing about this. I think it's called a smurp or something like that, or call a rabbit a smurp. Point being that there's the idea behind it is it's not really worth just giving things silly names for the sake of it, and I'm fully on board with that. Right, so I want to split my inventory between these. So no, oh bother. Do be a crusher too. Manage inventory 2. You can have all of my where are my advanced components that I just picked up? You know, just take the lot. But then I want half of that back. And then you can take the other half. It might not be quite enough of each, but it's going to be a good step in the right direction. Pylon. Alright, am I low on... Yes, I'm very low on yellow belts. Wait, where are yellow belts these days? This one. This one. I've moved everything around and it's now really difficult to remember where all my stuff comes from. I suppose I could stop making belts over here now, because I'm making them in the other place. But it does mean I can just come over here and grab another stack of yellow belts like that, which is quite nice. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with the idea, with the acceptable breaks from reality that, say, Factorio does, where it's inspired by reality, but yes, okay, granted, some of the things may have funny names or whatever. I'll need 2 more of those. Sorry, some of the things may do slightly funny recipes. I'd almost rather that, because at least then I think I prefer it, because then you know what to expect. So if you're digging up iron, if you dig up iron ore, you know you're going to be able to make it into iron, which you're probably going to use to make machines. And if you've played other factory games before, then you're going to know that you turn it into it's probably going to be turned into assembly machines and belts and so on. If you pick up something that's called coal, you know from real life that you're going to be able to burn it to generate power. Or more, and if you're digging up a liquid called oil, then you know what you have a pretty good idea of what sort of things you're going to be able to do with that. But in a way, it's almost more the other way round, where you're going, oh, okay, what's the metal core that I use to make all of my they're moving at different. The belt and the circuits are moving at different speeds. Totally unplayable. Yeah, so when you're going, oh, what's the iron analog that I use to make all of my belts out of, or what's the coal stuff that I burn because I want to try and find another patch of it. You have to try and remember that it's something different. And yeah, I know it's not exactly the. Oh, that's more than I thought I got. Let's split that as well then. Yeah, it's not exactly right. It's an approximation and yada yada yada. And I suppose, yes, I granted this game is giving you iron ore rubble. Oh, what? Oh, I keep hitting the wrong damn buttons here. Nah. Manage inventory. No, actually, take all my inventory. I don't seem to have got the blue-green circuits back out of here that I wanted. So, give me that. Use 5 of them while I was holding them. So yeah, things in your hand are not actually in your hand in this game. I need to remember that. Yeah, okay, but iron ore that gets turned into iron is a nice simple abstraction, I feel. And also, I think I have sort of vaguely learned that it's xenoferrite is the is the alien iron, as the name suggests, and technum is the copper because it's used to make technology, I suppose, and ignium is the coal because it burn. Yeah, I'm gonna carry on using the real world words. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's made a mod for that. It's the sort of thing people do mod because. They have the patience and attention span of that I have. Right, so now I come along here. That gets that and painted green. Oh, and apparently I only got 6 of them. Oh well, it's still going to be better. So I can now put in another one of these guys. Oh, I don't need to paste that with settings. Put you in there. That brings me up to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha ha ha. You get an inserter and. An exerter, and that'll be a little bit more steel once it gets up to it's got some stuff through. Excellent. Right. Do I have anything you want? No. Okay, so that is now a bit more steel once again. Step N+1 of the cunning plan is going to be to bring the excess that's pouring out of here. So I want to move this over to here first, and then remove that, and then similarly we'll put that one in here and remove that. Yeah, I had a feeling it was something like that, but I wasn't quite sure enough of my Latin to to state with absolute certainty. The words do feel generally right. I will admit. If you have to have silly names, they've done the silly names reasonably, decently well. Well, it's lucky I didn't put that in where I was originally planning to put it, because it wouldn't have fitted. So I'm going to have to come up 2 here in order to get past these the inserters. And I know the inserters are actually called loaders as well. Actually, to be fair, they are more like Factorio loaders as well, so I probably should call them loaders. But habit. Right, run that through to there. So what I'm doing here is swapping these 2 over, because then I can remove that piece of belt from there, load in the coal there and the iron there, and then that means I can use a down ramp here, like that, and run my belt off the end of it. No, not there. Run my belt off the end of it there, without it getting loaded from there, which would be bad for all of the obvious reasons. So now I can whack in another one of these, and then the belt goes across here. This would have been so much easier. No, that's wrong. That's very wrong. Oh yeah, balancers, not splitters. Yes, you're quite right. Although this one is splitting. If I had another input coming in here, then it'd be balancing. But as it is, it's not. No, it is splitting. So I think calling it a splitter is reasonably fair. Oh, there's not enough iron ore rubble coming in, because this lift is apparently being overexerted. Okay, I'm going to have to go and investigate that at some point. Alright, yeah, that was bad. That needs to carry on going through there and have another row of these things on the other side. So we're going to be doing a bit more mining. Yay! How wide does this need to be? Can I safely use explosives? Not here, obviously. But can I dig a hole through here and then start bombing? 1, 2, 3. I mean, I'm going to. 4, 5. And then let's go in a little way this way. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Put one of these on here. Down there. Right. Now let's see how much I've screwed up. Oh, perfect. No, not perfect. I massively screwed up. Damn it! That was a. I thought I counted out far enough, but apparently not. Ah. Grr. And now I have to tidy up all of this junk. Although at least I can now do it with the laser, which is going to be a lot easier. I honestly thought I'd gone far enough out with that. I mean, obviously not, and I'm massively destructive in a completely unnecessary way. But oh well. It's not too bad. I didn't blow up anything expensive. It was just belts and inserters. Not sure where that came from. Right. Yeah, it's easily done. Yeah, I will admit xenoferrite is a fairly sensible name for an iron-containing ore that you found on another planet. I just don't want to have to remember silly names. Basically what it comes down to. Right, okay, so we're going to go inserter. Then these machines are a 3x3. So we've got machine. It'd be nice if it did that automatically as well. So, belt, inserter, machine, 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 inserter, belt. I don't need to dig that one out, but it does need to be a hole. It needs to be available as flooring, rather. I'm going to brave another bomb, but I'm going to put it slightly further away this time. Up there. I don't know where all this trash has come from. Oh, yes I do. Oh, no. I have blown up my iron production area. I forgot there was stuff quite so close above that was going to be in the firing line for that. Cry. It's interesting that I've blown up the belts along here, but not the foundation that was underneath them. Right, so that probably comes along to there. I imagine this will be, yeah, there'll be 2 more of these in here, like that and like that. Put in a little bit of flooring just to be nice. Now I want to copy that one. I've run out of inserters because I keep blowing the damn things up. Oh no! Have I got one more? Can I make one more? I can. I can make some more of those. Right. There we go. Yeah, or something that shows how big an area you're about to destroy when you set off when you put down some explosives, because I really don't have a clue, as has been demonstrated by the way as I keep getting it wrong and destroying things. No, this is far enough. Inserter, machine, inserter, belt. So I just need to dig out. I'm looking forward to the update they've been promising in the most recent blog post, where they're going to have a thing where you can just designate an area to be mined out, and your helpful little robot friends will go out and do all the work for you. So that'll be very, very nice. Definitely looking forward to that. I don't know what the I mean, they say they've implemented it in a test build anyway, because they've posted videos of it. So I don't know how long it tends to take for a test build to turn into an actual release. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. True. Yes, I suppose destroying things accidentally does make good content for the stream, because everybody laughs at me. Well, I say everybody. Bob laughs at me. Regular does sort of the. Offers respect at least. Pays respect at least. And Radagast was actually gave an oh no. So you know that's that's a kind of sympathy. I'm impressed. You won't fit in around. I'm afraid you won't fit in around here if you're nice to me, especially when I do dumb things. Yeah, the terrain destruction all of this shenaniganery stuff is it gets a bit old when you're trying to dig out a big area like I am at the moment. I mean, yes, maybe when I came in here and I started originally doing my doing the ore processing down here, I should have blown up an area 10 times the size that I expected to need. In the I'm probably going to need this at some point in the future kind of way, while there wasn't anything around to blow up. But I didn't. Hurrah! Space. The final frontier. Shoop. Right, well, I'm not going to get all that far with my expansions, because... No, Laurence. That's not the right belt. Wait, but that's not what we're doing with the belt. We're doing this with the belt. From there, and goes all the way down here. To about there. I don't know. Somewhere down there. Fine. Then we need another few of these. And they come in along here, like this. And then we go, oh, we need to dig out more ceiling. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. These are fairly tall machines, after all. But yeah, I think I tend to say pretty much every stream when I'm criticising the game that I am very aware that it is early access, and it's still a fun game even though it's in early access and is very much not completed. And so I should definitely be nice about it because it's not finished. This is not them saying, yeah, this will do. We'll release this. So there are definitely improvements to be made, and some of them are things they're talking about in the blog. So yeah, I'm not going to be too rude about it because yeah, it very much stated as not being finished. So it wouldn't be fair. Conveniently, I think I can make a few more inserters. Yes, I can do that. All right. Copy that one. And along here, like this, 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 this. And then on the other side, just a normal one. Not a exerting one. That one. In, 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 in. One of the big things I feel the game needs that it doesn't have at the moment is being able to just drag pylons over a long distance. Because placing, basically it's a thing that Factorio does. Therefore I'm used to it, and this game doesn't do it, and therefore it bugs me. So yes, if they could upgrade, if they could sort that out, so you can just place pylons over a long distance just by dragging, then I would be very much happier. There was a hole in here somewhere. I don't know where it was. Oh no, okay. No, I can't see up there to fix it. This is fine. Right, I guess the next thing is to go and find out why there isn't enough iron ore going into the iron mine. Ore patch. Bit. Oh yeah, definitely. I did actually play the game during the Steam Next Fest a couple of years ago, whenever it was that they released it then to give people a bit of a chance to have a look at it and see what they thought. And yeah, I could certainly see the potential, but it was fairly short term and there wasn't an enormous amount of content. Basically, I think is the best way to put it. But it was. I could definitely, yes, I could see the potential. I really like the idea of of the whole sort of Factorio in a Minecraft world that they've got going on, because it's just it's done 3D in a better way than say Satisfactory did, because it's a lot more. Satisfactory didn't allow for the deconstruction, and this is just more pleasing somehow. I think the grid system just works nicely. I like it. Right. Okay. So I think the reason that we're struggling down here is because the drone miners have dug up so much of this iron ore that they're now blooming miles away from the actual ore itself, and therefore they're having to carry it a lot further. I feel like this is a problem waiting to become a significant problem, because there is not very much iron left there compared to what there was before. This is a massive patch when it was not before I started depleting it as well. So, question is, well, there's another iron patch here which isn't too far away, and that's decently sized as well. It's even bigger actually. It's quite a lot bigger. So, I could run a tunnel. What's the height of this one? Height 66 meters. Height 116 meters. 116. 160. So it's at the same height as the iron smelting, which is sort of convenient. I could bring it straight in there and then have some of it going down to the steel smelting. So that's possible. Oh, some might be out of range. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. No, these ones are still popping out, so I think it's probably all right. Actually, these might be a little bit further away. No, I think it's just that they're having to fly further, and therefore the mining rate is significantly worse. All right, excuse me. All right, this is this is getting depleted. The other mine patch down here. This one it's quite a bit higher up. It's about the same level as my smelting systems over here. So I could go over, tap this one, and run a quantity of belts, which is where quantity is going to be probably at least 3, maybe 4, over to here, and then link up to these systems at the other end and start offering it up to there. So we could put in use the elevator, this elevator, swap around the way this elevator runs, so it'll drop down from the iron area, which is slightly higher up where it's going to come in, down to here. So I could dig a tunnel out to that one, and I think that's probably what I'll do, because this isn't that far away. It's closer than this copper patch is to the actual area where stuff's happening. So running a tunnel from here to here is not going to be too bad. And I don't think it's worth. And then there's a couple of problems. Words. I don't think it's worth flying it over like I am with the coal from up here, because it's not that far. And I feel like these things don't have that good a throughput rate. It's okay for coal because we're not using it particularly quickly. But I feel like if we try and bring the iron in using one of those, it's not going to be fast enough. I may be maligning it hugely, but yeah. What am I working towards? I'm not really at the moment. Research seems to have stopped. I could chuck some stuff in. At the moment, I'm mostly not researching because I've got bottlenecks that I want to sort out. I don't have the resources to. I feel like I don't have the resources to advance on to wanting to do the next level of research at this point. So I think I'm trying to sort out things like getting the iron and the copper and whatnot all up to speed, and then once those are ready, then I can think a bit more about the next great research pack. And also, I mean, I could churn through some of these. I could get the cargo shuttle liquids because that could be useful. I could unlock some more of these bots, but I don't want to lose track of which ones I've done, and I want to have a bit. Yeah, and also if I start doing anything that uses the 4th science, but the yellow science packs, which that one is actually, then I'm going to have even more problems with resources, with green circuit supply. So it's probably not worth doing too much of that. All right, I think I want to go this way. Yeah, so all of my iron ore is then going to come in here. And then I can use either this elevator to take it back down to the steel smelting, or turn this one round and have the top of it up here and remove this elevator completely. That should be okay. As far as I'm aware, there isn't a more efficient way of making iron, other than just crushing. And yes, there's no need to upgrade to advanced smelters or advanced crushers in here. That would just improve the speed. It wouldn't improve the output. And this line of smelters, crushing and smelting, is fine. Okay, let's go. Actually, we'll bring it in. Yeah, if we bring it in here, I think, so I don't hit the elevator. That's probably the best place to do it. How do I... With the drill, it was fairly easy to... There was an angle I could put the mouse at where I would get everything. Okay, this seems to work, actually. I'm not quite going to run into the ore patch going along like this, because the ore patch is a little bit off to the left. But I'm going to go like this for a distance and see where we go. Oh yeah, I mean, I am not averse to spaghetti, as you can tell by having seen all of my builds go. Where am I now? Oh, I'm not going as fast as I thought I was. Or maybe it's just further than I... Okay, actually no, I'm going all the way from here to here, so I'm actually almost halfway. That's not too bad. Yeah, I'm definitely not averse to spaghetti, but sometimes it's... I think when I'm... if I'm putting in a new build, I will try and do it neatly. And then when I inevitably need to upgrade the build and put in something I wasn't expecting to need to do, that's when the spaghetti comes into play. Or sometimes when the nice neat build I was trying to do just sort of gets a little bit out of hand. Yeah, so I'm certainly not averse to a bit of spaghetti. Destroy all of that. Destroy that. I know I've been saying I'm short of iron, but I don't care. I don't care about a couple of items like this. I just need the inventory space to fill up with stone, basically. Oh, the advanced smelters actually aren't even better. I assumed they'd be twice as fast or something. I think no, they are 50%. They are 2/3. They take 2/3 of the time, so they are 50% faster. But yeah, they're not an enormous upgrade for the normal metals. So there's no point in using them, I don't think. Especially as they take green circuits, which I have such a shortage of, as we saw. Oh, nearly there. In fact, I might hit the edge of the iron patch just drilling along like this. Or I might not, because it's a sphere. Right. There it is. Right. I've got 5 explosive charges left. Let's make the most of them. I don't know why I'm running away, especially as I'm going to blow out the wall I was standing next to. This is a nice size, nicely sized iron patch. I approve. I'm glad I'm explosion proof. Be quite annoying if I just kept blowing myself up. Also glad the iron is explosion proof as well, because no. What about the one over there? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. That's weird. Could have sworn I put one in the other side. Anyway, yeah, so I can now put in ranks and ranks of drone miners along here and get that mining. I think I am going to punch a hole out through the ceiling here to bring power in through and find out where I come out. What am I... I don't think I've built anything this far out, so this should be pretty safe. There we go. Oh wow, I'm up here. Okay. I guess the iron has to be a certain distance. Maybe the iron has to be a certain distance below ground, and it's just this. But when it says ground, it means surface level. Alright, so now I have decisions to make. Do I want to just... Actually, firstly, I need to make sure I don't lose my hole. I have lost my hole. There it is. Let's put a sign up. I haven't got very much stuff to signpost with. How about one of those? There you go. Slightly out of place, so maybe that'll make it obvious. Really, I want to have the dirt in that slot, because the dirt seems to be the one I have lots of. 1,400 of it, in fact. So I could put... at least until the grass grows back, it's a different colour. Right, so what I was saying is, this is where I'm doing my robot production. All of these ones along here are making robots in various different ways, or various different types. And so I've been trying to keep this area reasonably flat for the sake of ease of building. And so I've been blowing up all of this. Now, I'm going to carry on building this way eventually. So I think that means I need to blow it up. And if I'm going to bring power in, then I need to bring it down to the right level so that it doesn't break everything. So I think I need to do a bit of this. Everyone's favourite. So that went a bit too close to my buildings. It was a bit scary. So it's time for some laser sneezes. I'm trying to overheat it. Boom. And some random floating bits like that one. It missed it. I might have to deal with that one by hand. This is terrifyingly lethal and effective, and I'm always worried I'm going to accidentally just blow up a massive chunk of my factory with it. Oh, and I've overheated it. Yeah, bring some... Let's use it slightly more carefully. There we go. Surgical precision with the laser. No, can I have my laser back, please? And unlock. It's nice of it to give you a really loud warning sound to make sure you don't, to make sure you know you're about to do the splody things. I am quite worried about the end of my factory over here. At least the very end is foundation, and therefore it gives me a warning if I've got too close, because the foundation disappears, rather than me just nuking the entire... something that's actually building things, like those little bot things down there. Oh, I've overheated it again. Well, that was fun, but once again, I've got no idea. I still haven't quite made it to the hole down to the iron. Jeez. Okay. I mean, the orbital laser is fantastic, but it's so much better than doing all of this by hand would be, or even doing this by chucking explosives in would be. You know what? Maybe I should have a look at the chat with the station and see if we can do some upgrades to the orbital laser. Orbital laser upgrade available. Power upgrade 2. Yes, let's have that. Power upgrade 3 is not available. I need to expand the hull first. Okay. Back to overview. What else can I expand? What can I upgrade? I mean, we could install some solar panels. Why not? Let's do that. I've got loads of money. Let's spend it on something. Spaceship hangars. Sure, let's have more hangar space. Why not? I haven't done any expansion to that for a while. The docking facilities are new cargo ships. I don't need better cargo ships. They're all... The ones I've got are far over the requirements for the amount of stuff I'm trying to ship around. So there's no point in that. What does that do? Reduces... Sure. And fuel efficiency would be nice, but that needs hull improvements. Basically. Fuel tank... I could have more fuel being stored up here. I don't think fuel is a problem. So let's not do that. Spaceship hangar, docking facility, spaceship workshop. That was the one I just looked at. Cargo bay. It would allow me to store more goods. I don't care. I can store 200 of each bot type. That seems to be enough. Thermalite vault. Sure, why not? Let's extend that to allow me to store, what is it, be 1 million rather than 500,000 at that point. Sure, queue that up. Why not? Antenna. Well, this is the number of galaxy sectors you're allowed. So let's have another one of those. Why not? Again, comm center, manage licenses. Well, I've run out of space in my. Oh no, I haven't. There we go. Now I've run out of space in my queue. No. Well, I finished the Steam. What was it called? The demo version that came out a few years ago. But I haven't finished vanilla. I haven't finished Foundry in its current state. Right, I don't care about any of this because I'm building stuff on the ground. That's what it's for. I'm not going to buy any of that in. R&D lab. What's this do? Unlocks a focus slot. Sure. And the orbital laser is already upgrading. So we're going over to the R&D lab. Oh, I was focusing on this thing. That was why. So let's spend these things. That and 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 Right, okay, there we go. That's those upgrades done. Oh, I see. Yeah. So yes, if I was buying resources from the market, then having storage space on the station could be useful. Fair enough. And that possibly bigger ships would be useful at that point as well. But since I'm trying to just produce resources from the planet, that's not relevant. So if we look in here, we've got we've got fuel. We've got construction material. Oh, there we go. Construction material has gone back up again. Resources. Okay, bullet thermalite. Fine. Over here. Okay. So interestingly. Oh, Bing, thank you. I'm not. I've got. So I generally reckon on if I've got more than 200. Go away. Go away, tooltip. If I've got more than, I expect the number to be between about 200 and 400, and if so, then things are looking good for the supplies. And if they're pegged at 400, then I probably should sell them slightly more cheaply. If they're under 200, then we're perhaps not bringing them up quite quickly enough. And there are, the transport bots and the screen bots seem to be in that sort of slightly, not quite bringing them up quickly enough, but it's close enough because we will sell. Where is it? Sales platform. Here we go. We'll keep 200 of each one in storage, so we'll only sell through the sales platform if we've got over 200, and so the other 200 are available to ship out on the around the galaxy like this. And yeah, if we look at the thing is that this one is they're buying lots and lots of different robot types from me, and I've got one ship there that's got 96 tons per hour total capacity, and we're using 25 tons per hour out of that. So it's kind of okay. We're not doing all of them. We aren't doing the planter drones yet. But these ships are massively over-spec'd for what I'm trying to do with them. And I think I'm using the second tier because I just started buying them because money is functionally unlimited. The ships are massively over-spec'd for the amount of stuff they seem to need to carry around. So you never need. I haven't needed to assign a second ship to any of my routes. They're all absolutely fine as they are. So, basically. Okay, I think that's everything I want to do on the space station. Leave all those things upgrading. Oh, I see. Shipping from a remote mine back there. That's interesting. Interesting idea. Yeah, because the shuttle does seem to be a little bit not brilliant, shall we say? Not as effective as I would like it to be. But that said, the area that is bringing in the coal that's being brought in by the shuttle is being brought in sufficient quantities, so maybe that means it's all right. If I just lurk down here and fire the laser horizontally, it should clear out a nice area that I can then just sort of come in and foundation over later and pretend there isn't a massive gaping pit below it. How am I doing for my my glorious hole? Okay, there it is. We're nearly there then. And if I concentrate on firing about here, I'll probably get to it slightly sooner. This is so wonderfully destructive. I do enjoy using the laser. Oh, there's the hole. Right. So, what do you mean invalid copy target? They could do. It'd be nice if they'd extend the range a little bit of the being able to copy things. That's something I feel I could do with. So build this over to here and go. Okay, I'm still not over to my the hole. I thought I got closer than that. Oh. Right. Shift F. Shift F. Give me the tool. What? Shift F. There. Okay, from there, pull out a load of this foundation because otherwise I will accidentally destroy it with the laser. Right. It's really noisy. Yeah, I understand what you mean about it being a lot easier just to use the pads. But I suppose I feel that we've got the tech of the shuttles. It feels like, I guess the problem is it hasn't been balanced for the shuttles to be worthwhile. They need to make the shuttles worthwhile. They need to make the shuttles better for ground level transport, or have some sort of penalty for shipping stuff up into space, just ship it back down again. Whether that is in a fuel cost or something like that, I don't know. It doesn't. It almost doesn't matter what the problem is, but there needs to be a reason to not just ship stuff up into space to ship it back down again, because that is kind of ludicrous. And in Factorio, in space exploration, and actually in Space Age as well, shipping stuff up into space is quite expensive. So that's the discouragement from just using it for shipping stuff around your planet. Oh, also in Space Age, you can only have one landing pad, but you could still technically have use landing pads to use rockets to take stuff to your central landing pad. The other thing is that landing pads kind of suck, so that's another reason not to use them. So you kind of need something to discourage, to make you make the right decisions in the game, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying anything. I'm glad you agree. I'm not saying anything too outlandish at this point, I think. But basically yes, it needs to be set up sensibly so that doing things the wrong way isn't actually beneficial. Unless you want it to be a sort of a sneaky surprise extra way of doing things, like we found, using the as we found in Planetary Pioneers, we're using the recipe that's supposed to be making plastic on one planet for making plastic on a different planet, because if you send over the sort of the initial starter culture in order to get it working, it's actually a really good recipe for doing it, and it doesn't require oil. So sometimes having these sort of unexpected side effects is quite fun. But at other times, it's less good. It's just a problem, and it makes people play the game in the wrong way, in inverted commas, which you kind of you want to discourage. No, not vertically. Horizontally, yes. Let's just do that. There we go. There's ground level. Alright, it is also now basically tomorrow, so it is time for me to end the stream. Thank you very much everyone who's been watching. I will of course be back next Wednesday for some more of this, carrying on basically from where I've got to. I might just get that iron patch over there and the additional copper smelting running, and with the tunnels dug. We'll see how much free time I have just before then, because it'd be nice to sort of try and expand stuff out, and it'd be nice to not be spending half an hour on stream just digging a really, really long tunnel or putting out loads and loads of identical machines. Maybe we'll do that sometime when I feel like a little bit of Zen play of something. So yeah, but yes, I will be back next Wednesday, as I say. I've run out of interesting. I've run down to 28 pieces. Yes, back next Wednesday for some more Foundry, and we'll be back on Monday with the rest of the gang for the 5-player Planetary Pioneers stream, where Tristan has just made it out to Igris, so that's another planet for us to play with. That's going to be interesting. It's a very weird place, so the rest of us will have to go out there and help him investigate the magic and the weird crystal rocks and other sort of things that are out there. Because we're basically finished on Vulcanus. At the end of the week, so Thursday and Friday, we will have some videos coming out which are covering a bit more of what's been going on in the Planetary Pioneers run. There's different videos so there's this week. What have we got this week? We've got the review of, or the look at Sophia's spaceship on Friday, if you're a supporter, and sort of a summary of how we think our handling of the first 3 planets has gone on Thursday. If you're not a supporter, I can't remember. It's whatever came out last week for the supporters anyway, because supporters get access to videos a week early to say thank you. Right, so that seems to be pretty much everything for tonight. Well, keep an eye out on Sunday where there'll be a little surprise coming out as well. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you all on Monday, and make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel so you don't miss out on all the videos. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Good night, Bob. Good night, Regular. Good night, Madman, and we'll see you next time. Bye bye. Oh, and if you're on Twitch and still there, let's go off and raid someone, because I nearly forgot to do that. Let's see who's available. So, raid. Where's the... I thought there was an easy way to find people who are... to find friends. Friends who are currently streaming. Let me see if I can do that. Please hold. The raid will commence any moment now. Okay, now nobody I'm following is streaming. That's why I couldn't find anything. So let's see if we can find anyone who's playing Foundry first. Foundry. That one. Yeah, okay. Let's go and join that one. So, thank you very much for watching. Let's go do some raiding. I have to wait for 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4. We'll be in there in a moment.